and welcome to this conference organized by the European Chemical Regions Network on building the sustainable chemical industry of tomorrow, regional responses to common European challenges. My name is John-Paul Judson, and I have the pleasure of being your moderator this morning for what I hope is, on a Monday morning before 10 a.m., your first online event of many more this week. Now, like many other events, this conference had initially been foreseen to be in person at the Committee of the Regions, and we have to all make this extra effort to imagine that we're sitting all together in the same room and create a good networking atmosphere. This is for the speakers, but also for the audience. We are in a common room here. And we should also maybe look at some of the positive aspects of this, and that is that you can now take part in many events while drinking your own coffee, because I'm not sure that coffee was one of the more positive aspects of some of the European networking events that we've had in the past. To give you a bit of context, there are close to 150 registered participants coming from over 20 countries, mostly different EU countries, but we also have some non-EU countries participating, such as the UK. Yes, I also need to get used to saying that. And also India and the Philippines. So welcome to all of you from your different time zones. For audience participation and engagement, we will ask you to really focus on the chat. That's where you can raise your questions and comments, which I will be monitoring and integrating into the discussion. If you wish to send a question anonymously, you can also write to me privately, John-Paul Judson, in the chat. And given the time restraints and the online format, we will not allow any oral interventions. And we also ask you to be respectful of muting your microphone. Now, with the release of the EU chemical strategy, this event is certainly timely and aims at positioning the regions as central players in the development of local and industrial strategies that support growth, sustainability, and employment in the chemical sector. Joining us to discuss these issues will be 17 different speakers representing the European institutions, regional authorities, academia, industry, and public-private partnerships. And we will be looking at different topics such as hydrogen in the first panel, bio-based chemical production in the second panel, and the circular economy of plastics in the context of the new EU chemical strategy in the third panel. But before we get into the heart of the content, I would like to first invite Mr. Fabrizio Sala, President of the European Chemicals Regions Network and Vice President of the Lombardy region, and our host today. Fabrizio, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, let me welcome all of you to ECRN conference on sustainable chemical industry of tomorrow. First, I would like to thank Marshall Strutzik for his great support to organize our conference in Committee of the Regions, Permissis, and the President Apostolakis, who would have welcomed us to the committee if I hadn't been for the second COVID wave. Let me mention and thanks all the colleagues from ECRN regions, which will animate this conference, notably Mr. Balgeux, Mr. Bourlet, Mr. Hood, Mr. Rizebol, and Mr. Stelpa. Finally, I would like to thank for their presence all the speakers from EU Commission, chemical clusters and universities, European Association, and I am sorry if I have forgot someone. Last but not least, a very special thank to Monica Banca and Francesca Monteverdi, ECRN Secretariat, who were able to organize this conference despite all the difficulties due to the COVID. About the topic we will discuss today, I would like to quote Mr. Franz Timmermans' last week's speech while presenting the European Chemical Strategy for Sustainability. He said, "The chemical strategy strategy the first step towards Europe's zero pollution ambition. Chemicals are a part and parcel of our daily life, and they allow us to develop innovative solutions for greening our economy. But we need to make sure that chemicals are produced and used in a way that does not hurt human health and the environment. ECRN was born and has since ever the mission to sustain and support healthy and safe development of EU chemical sector. Once again, after 2009 EU strategy to support the chemical industry, the European Union recognized chemistry as one of the fundamental pillars of its development. This COVID pandemic showed us how important is and will be sustainable growth, allowing our and next generation keep the welfare and the well-being we have achieved and reduce the impact on and the exploitation of natural resources. That is why I'm very proud ECRN decided almost 1 year ago to analyze and discuss today this topic, and I'm sure we will demonstrate that regional level is within EU the most adequate to consider sustainability in the sense of support of development to our industrial system, along with the respect of the environment. For this, I would like to ask the European Commission, notably Vice President Timmermans, together with the Commissioners Simons, Gabriel, Breton, and Sinkevicius, to involve through ECRN the European regions in the policy and legislative action European Commission is carrying out, and to step up a high-level group of competitiveness of European sustainable chemistry. I thank you all for your attention, and I hope you all will find this conference interesting and fruitful. Stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabrizio, for those words. And indeed, as you mentioned, Apostolos Tsikostas, President of the European Committee of the Regions, was not able to provide his video message the last week or so. He's been very busy in his region with a big increase in COVID cases there, and so he apologizes for not being able to provide this message. But we are joined by another member of the Committee of the Regions, Jeannette Ballieu. She is Regional Minister for Europe and International Affairs of the South Holland region, and she will be giving us her European and regional perspective. So Jeannette, over to you, and you will be given control of the slides.
Thank you so much, Jean-Paul, and thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Sala, for your warm welcome. Let me see if I can yes, I think I have the next slide. Well, let me first introduce myself. I'm Jeannette Ballieu. I'm the Regional Minister in South Holland, as you mentioned, and just to say a few words of where we're standing, and I saw a lot of Dutch participants as well. From the regions as speakers. This is the Netherlands, of course, as you recognize it, and we can see, hopefully you can see it, that there are several clusters in the north, in the south, also in the western part of the Netherlands, and I'm in South Holland, which is the part of the Rotterdam area, of course. So now I have to see how I can get to the next slide. I'm sorry for that. That's the first time that I'm doing that. Let me see if that works. Next slide. No. Oh, what? Look, that one. that working? No. Can somebody take over the slide? Maybe next slide. Yes, thank you so much. That's much better. Focusing into the South Holland area, of course, this is Rotterdam with lots of chemical industries there. Also bio-based, we didn't see Neste here, for example, in the map, but lots of bio-based, more and more bio-based chemical companies as well coming in. But this is, of course, not a topic that I want to talk about. I want to talk about so the slide can go away now, so you can see myself, maybe. Well, now that's the next slide. Maybe we can go back to back to myself. Get rid of the slide.
You can just stop sharing the screen.
Sharing the screen, yes. Yeah, thank
Perfect.
you. And it will come back if we have the time, because it depends a little bit of the time. Jean-Paul, I think we have until 10 o'clock. Is that correct before you go to the meeting?
Yes, you have 10 minutes. Then. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So let me first of all introduce the opinion. I was rapporteur for the Committee of the Regions on the industry policy, the new industry policy, and of course COVID came through that opinion, and of course the European Commission has added, due to the COVID crisis, a new industry policy and is working on a revision of it due to the crisis that we are in at this moment. But we have in the Committee of the Regions, of course, an advice that we have written a report that I wrote as a rapporteur, and it was adopted unanimously in the October meeting of the Committee of the Regions. The committee is very strong, committed to the Green Deal goals, and I might say something about it later on, but Mr. Sala also mentioned, of course, the words of Mr. Timmermans. We recognize so much how the importance of industry in the transition. And for me, in the south of Holland, in the province, a lot of the industry is the chemical industry that is mentioned there. But when I did my tour across the regions, of course, there are many other industries that are important to make this transition. For example, in Germany, a lot of the times the automobile industry was mentioned, the bio-based industry is mentioned. So there's a lot of industries, the mining industry that has to make a transition. A lot of industries are mentioned in the report, but you can apply the recommendations also on the chemical industry. And of course, the report that recently published, the chemical industry and sustainability, as already mentioned, is very important for us as regions as well to implement with the philosophy and the strategies that we already have in the region. We made a couple of recommendations, and I'd like to emphasize a little bit more on the competitiveness of Europe, the climate neutral Europe, and digital Europe. These are the three main goals in the report. Well, to make Europe more competitive, of course, there's a lot of discussion on the European level. And as the chemical industry is, of course, working on an international level. But we know that it is very important that we contribute as regions as well in a more competitive Europe. Therefore, we have already in place the smart specialization, what was asked by the European Commission for the regions to make their smart specialization strategies. And we think that also with this industry report, we can link more to this smart specialization approach. We also see that a place-based approach for the transition is very important. Regions know a lot on what happens in the regions. And as mentioned, the industry, of course, is working on several layers of global markets and European markets. But the interaction between the industries within a region and the interaction with other sectors and the interaction with the schooling and the skills potential is very important, that we as regions can also help with our programs and linking it to the programs of our national policies, but also on the European policy. So therefore, we mentioned in the report that the place-based approach is very important to make the transition and to support the transition. Of course, there are also mentioning in the report that complying and improving the single market on services and waste, the competition policies, more focused on technology improvement and technology sovereignty. These are also important goals that are mentioned in the report. And as we said, to make Europe more competitive, and I think this is crucial, and maybe we can share the slide of the pipelines that were there. The third slide, it is crucial that we link regions, cross-border. That's the first slide, thank you, that one. So for example, if we look at the South Holland and the area of North Rhine-Westphalia and Antwerp, it's completely connected. So this networking, how to be competitive in Europe, we need to emphasize that we need to have more networks. This is an example. Of course, the other regions in Europe have also their connections with other regions. So we should be looking cross-border as well, not only just in our own region, but also within your own country. Cross-border connecting, but also cross-border to other countries. So thank you for that slide, and maybe we can go back to the screen again and not sharing the slides anymore. Thank you. So that is important that we focus on these connections. And for example, we have a Vanguard initiative that within the Committee of the Regions where we are connecting, for example, with Lombardy. The province of South Holland is working on bio-based questions and industry, how to cooperate more and how to share the facilities that we have, share them more for all our industry within Europe. So these are important conclusions in the report. Of course, to make Europe more clean, green, climate neutral, there are a lot of steps that are mentioned in the Green Deal. And as you will be discussing later on in the program, of course, the waste is very important, how to reuse waste, the plastics. Hydrogen is a very important part of this discussion. And so there are many values that we need to recreate the chain, the value chain, and make sure that we focus on this transition. But we need, and I was very pleased also with the words of Mr. Timmermans, we need the chemical industry to be part of that change. And you are, as industry, already making so many changes. But the question is, how can we scale it up? So from the smaller parts to scale up. And of course, this is all connected with make Europe more digital, which is of course a lot on also skill, the pact of the skills. How can we make sure that we have the labor force that can commit to these new kind of working areas, new knowledge. This is very important because one of the great concerns of the Committee of the Regions is that the labor force that is there will be lost and that there is not already a new labor force in place, and the transition for the labor force is very difficult. So there's a lot of questions on how can we keep the labor force up to the level as it is now for the regions that have these industries in their regions. So these were some of the issues that were raised, and I'm very pleased that I can have had the time to say a few words on this report. If there are any questions, I hope they will be raised, and otherwise they can always be asked to my team. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jeannette, for this overview. I picked up two concepts from you that would also be a common thread throughout this event: is the place-based approach, but that we're not also talking about regions. We're also talking about cross-border cooperation and the role of regions in precisely going cross-border, and not all policies necessarily are national only. And I think we will be looking at this thread in the different topics addressed today. So thanks for that, Jeannette. I would now like to introduce our first panel on Fuel of the Future, the role of hydrogen for a carbon-free Europe, where we will also be looking how regions can play a role in developing hydrogen to transform the chemical industry in the future. Joining us are 5 speakers. We have Kitty Nitrai, member of the Cabinet of Commissioner Kadri Simpson at the European Commission. We have Jürgen Ude, State Secretary at the Ministry of Economy, Science and Digitization of Saxony-Anhalt. We have Mr. Iserbrand Reisebol, who is Regional Minister of Groningen, Mark von Doorn, Program Manager for the Hydrogen Trilateral Strategy at the Brightlands Hemelot campus in Limburg, and Yorgo Chatzimarkakis, who is Secretary General at Hydrogen Europe. So welcome to the 5 of you, and thank you very much for being with us. We will first start with Kitty to give us a European perspective, then I will go to our 2 regional representatives from Saxony-Anhalt and Groningen, and we will finish with the 2 value chain representatives, and then have a short discussion together. So without further ado, I give the floor to Kitty Nitrai.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear us?
We can hear you perfectly, and we will give you control of the slides.
Okay, let's see if I can click them. Great. So indeed, just a couple of words of why we came up with the hydrogen strategy right now. And I have to say that we are now discovering hydrogen from an energy perspective, so as a new fuel or a new energy source. And this is, of course, very different from the chemical industry, who has been using hydrogen for a very long time already as chemical feedstock. So I just realized I can't click to gain control. I click to gain control, but I still don't have control. So can someone please move the slides for me? Okay, great. So what makes the approach to hydrogen this time different from the past attempts where we tried to make an EU policy on hydrogen? Well, first of all, is that we have very, very ambitious climate and energy goals this time round. So with the Green Deal, Europe has put itself the goal to reach climate neutrality by 2050. And with the new climate target plan, actually the Commission proposes, in order to be on track for the climate neutrality by 2050, to step up already the 2030 goals and to move to 55% of greenhouse gas reductions by 2030 already. And this makes the search for new solutions to decarbonize those sectors that have so far proved very difficult, even more acute and even more important. So hence a new chance for hydrogen to come in. The other difference is that this time we have looked at the energy sector in an integrated manner, because in the past, often the energy sector has been looked at by sectors and looking at the decarbonization options of each sector on its own, which of course does not make you realize all the synergies that are there. And hydrogen is an excellent example for those synergies. And the third big important aspect for us is, of course, the post-COVID context. I mean, we see how the economies are suffering from the effects of the crisis. And while I'm here in Brussels, and we are again facing very tough measures and reconfinement. So we need economic activity that can be relaunched immediately so as to bring back the growth on track and jobs on track for the people. So if you can take me to my next slide, just to give you an overview of what we consider or what we have modeled, because of course these are not predictions, we don't have a crystal ball, but we have modeled different scenarios on what our energy system could look like by 2050, reaching climate neutrality. And in all these difficult graphs, the key thing I would like you to look at is the green bit, the dark green bit. So the share of electricity in our energy system is going to more than double. So nearly half of our energy will be consumed in the form of electricity, so electrons by 2050, which is a great change. And this is due to the fact that the power sector has led the way in the decarbonization. And through power, so through electricity, you can decarbonize certain applications like cars, so electromobility, or in some instances, very efficient heating like heat pumps. But what's also important is that electricity can make up about half of our energy consumption, but the other half has to come from other sources. So it has to come from either heat directly or from molecules. So it can be gases or liquids, but they all will have to be decarbonized. So to the next slide, please. So in order system efficient and cost effective also for our consumers, we have to look at it in a different way. So when I said that our electricity will provide half of the energy we will consume, this also means that this electricity will largely be based on renewables, and renewables, especially wind and sun, are by their nature variable. So in order to manage this variability, we need to harness all the synergies that can be there across the different sectors. And this is where hydrogen can really provide a very interesting alternative for storing also the energy that comes from the variable generation. So if you can take me to the next slide, please. So basically, our hydrogen strategy is about all the different aspects that you need to deal with at the same time and in parallel in order to scale up hydrogen from today's less than 2% in the energy mix to something that's expected to range between 10 to 16% by 2050. So what we need to do is we need to scale up at the same time the demand and the production of green hydrogen. So Europe is already industrial leader in the production of green hydrogen, and this is something we have to capitalize on. But in order to create also a stable demand for this hydrogen, we also need to look into the different applications of green hydrogen and to use that. And here, of course, the chemical industry is one of the places to start with, because there is already an existing demand for hydrogen in the chemical sector. So decarbonizing that existing hydrogen demand, be it via green hydrogen, but also through techniques like carbon capture and storage, is a very important starting point. I like very much the slide on the infrastructures and the cross-border pipelines that already are there in renewable for hydrogen across the EU. And it is true that hydrogen starts very locally. So there are these hydrogen valleys, like Groningen is one of them, where you locally, but there are also others in Germany, in Austria. So there are different places in Portugal where you do have local projects, so local generation of hydrogen and local use of hydrogen as well. So you create a mini ecosystem or a local ecosystem for hydrogen that is of important learning for the scale up at the European level. But indeed, at some point, this wider cross-border scale will be reached. And this is the moment where we will need infrastructures and proper market rules. And this is something that the European Commission is going to work on in the coming months and years. We still need to do some research and innovation. So we have done a lot, and that's what's allowed European industry to be at the forefront on the generation of hydrogen, but also in new applications like in the steel industry, etc. But we still have to work on that in order to move from electrolyzers of today's capacity of 20 megawatts up to the hundreds of megawatt scales that require still more research. And then, of course, what's very important for us is the international dimension of hydrogen, because the EU is currently a net energy importer. And it is true that with renewables, we will scale up domestic production, but this might not be sufficient for all the regions in Europe. So some member states and some regions already count with the imports of hydrogen. And some of our neighbors are actually, especially Morocco and Ukraine, are very interested. And especially Morocco has extraordinary potential for producing green electricity and green hydrogen. And this is something that we should be certainly counting on. And then Jorgo will speak, so I'm not going to say more on the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance, but this is exactly the industry and stakeholder alliance that we have launched in order to ensure this full value chain approach, to make progress on the ground, and to bring all the key players together so as to come up with a robust pipeline of projects for making hydrogen indeed a reality. And then my final slide. please. So we put some very concrete targets into our strategy. And the first step was, well, actually, I should be correcting this. It should be 6 gigawatt of renewable hydrogen electrolyzers by 2024 as the first key target to achieve. And then by 2030, the 40 gigawatts of installed electrolyzers for producing renewable hydrogen in Europe. And this, just to have a comparison, is if you use it at a very high load factor, it could end up producing about 10 million tons of renewable hydrogen. But we know that today's industrial consumption of gray hydrogen, so conventional hydrogen, is nearly 10 million tons. So this shows the need also to invest in technologies like CCS, so carbon capture and storage, in order to decarbonize the existing hydrogen production. And then towards 2050, we see a real scale up and the moving of hydrogen into new sectors. And this is where I would like to conclude on the role of the chemical industries. The chemical industries, of course, at the beginning of taking up the new decarbonized forms of hydrogen, but the chemical industry will be also at the heart of providing new fuels, new synthetic fuels, as fuels for those sectors that are today very difficult to decarbonize, be it shipping or aviation. So you will have indeed a very, very important role, and we are looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kitty, for this European overview. So we hear a clear European strategy, but a lot of work, a market essentially to be created, and to go beyond some local ecosystems into a more European integrated cross-border approach. So what are the roles of regions? You mentioned that there are some hydrogen valleys in the Netherlands and in Germany. And we have Jürgen Ude from Saxony-Anhalt, who can take us through the perspective from Saxony-Anhalt. Jürgen, over to you. Make sure you unmute. No. Mr. Ude, are you with us? Okay. As I think we seem to maybe have a problem with reaching Mr. Ude, I suggest that maybe we would then go to Groningen, and then we'll go back to Mr. Ude straight after, if that's okay. So I would like to ask, is Mr. Reisebol with us?
Yes, I am here. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning. Then let's go over to Groningen, and then we'll go back to Saxony-Anhalt afterwards.
Okay, that's okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Reisebol, and I am the Regional Minister of Economic Affairs and Finance in the province Groningen. You have the good slides, yes? Slide 2, please. The Northern Netherlands, we have 2 chemical clusters. You see them here. The chemical cluster Delfzijl is specialized in energy, chemical intermediates like chlorine and methanol, and metal. The companies located at all connected to each other at exchange energy and feedstock. Multiple companies are starting pilots to use bio-based and circular feedstock. There are 2 seaports close by the chemical site. The chemical cluster Emmen is more specialized in the production of fibers, polymers, and biofuel. There is a lot of research and development taking on the green chemistry, for example, on the production of bioplastics. Slide 3, please. In the Northern Netherlands, we have established the cluster organization Chempot Europe. It's a triple helix cooperation with more than 50 companies, 5 knowledge institutions, and 14 research and development facilities for both facilitating companies to innovate and to education for the employees of the future. Our ambition is to become the first cluster with zero carbon emission. We want to achieve that in 2015, the industry here will only use renewable energy and feedstock. Slide 4. We want all partners in the clusters to contribute to the development of the circular chains of 1. Feedstock, 2. Intermediate chemicals, 3. Recycling, and 4. Polymers and materials. As you can see in the figure, the Delfzijl cluster produces sustainable intermediate chemicals to the cluster of Emmen. They will use green energy, biomass, and plastic waste for their production process. They will make use of the offshore windmill parks, of course, and it's green. Here you can see that in the northern Netherlands, we already have accomplished a large reduction of our carbon emission, especially when considering the growth of production. There is a relative reduction of 55% in 2019 compared to 1990. And we're still working on more carbon reduction, but we have now 55%. You may many ways, that's the good one, no? Slide 6, please. There are many ways to reduce the carbon emission. We believe that all 7 ways are important to reach our goal of becoming carbon neutral. However, it is important that companies can compete in the highly competitive global market. The investments that companies have to make to reduce their carbon emission must not jeopardize them a position on the global market, of course. Slide 7. In Groningen, we are working with a lot of effort to realize a hydrogen ecosystem. It is an excellent location since we have 1. Industrial companies and consumers for hydrogen, 2. Offshore wind potential, 3. Enough space close by the seaports and its industrial clusters for the production of hydrogen, and 4. Available and dense infrastructure, and 5. Last but not least, there are a lot of knowledge in our region about gas and hydrogen. Concerning the decarbonization of the industry, hydrogen can function as a feedstock and renewable energy carrier in case electrification does not suffice. Besides, we see a role of hydrogen in various other applications in the mobility sector. For example, long-distance buses and trains. In the northern Netherlands, our public transport operates 32 buses on hydrogen, and we are working on a deployment of a hydrogen train. Slide 8. Northern Netherlands has been declared as Hydrogen Valley on the European Union by the Fuel Cell Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, just like Kitty said. We have received support to create the foundation for a regional hydrogen ecosystem from production to usage. By doing so, we function as blueprint for other hydrogen regions. We are sharing our findings in the S3 platform, European Hydrogen Valley Partnership, when we are leading region. Upcoming month, an updated Northern Netherlands hydrogen investment agenda will be published, encompassing a significant project pipeline. These projects represent the complete value chain: hydrogen production, hydrogen storage, transmission and distribution, and usage. Besides that, the agenda contains a roadmap to realization with national and European policy recommendations and an implementation plan, of course. The agenda is established by Triple Helix Cooperation in the Northern Netherlands. It is meant to kickstart the hydrogen economy in the Netherlands and Northwestern Europe. Slide 9. The development of hydrogen ecosystem offers opportunities for the industrial cluster. It is both a green energy source as a green feedstock. At the moment, at the chemical cluster Delfzijl, companies already exchange hydrogen. It is a residual product of the chlorine production. Through pipelines, the hydrogen is transported to consuming factories at the same site. Hydrogen can be used in the production, for example, biomethanol, combine it with carbon. This is especially promised when you use carbon from waste streams or CCU. Hydrogen is also a feedstock for the production of polymers. And the last sheet. In the Northern Netherlands, we are open for European cooperation and are very interested in what other chemical clusters are developing concerning green chemistry. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Heiselbrand. I think that was an inspiring example of the hydrogen valley, one of the hydrogen valleys, and the local ecosystem there, and an ambitious program. So I'll be getting back to that in the Q&A a little bit later. Do we have news from Saxony-Anhalt? Mr. Ude, are you with us?
Can you hear me? Yes. Hello.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
So over to you for the perspective from Saxony-Anhalt.
Yes. Yes. Good morning. Yes, dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to talk to you today about the role of hydrogen for a carbon-free Europe. In particular, I would like to briefly present you our activities in this sector in Saxony-Anhalt. Can you start at slide 2? Yes, okay. Let's be beginning. The chemical industry in central Germany looks back on over 100 years of tradition. Even today, the chemical and plastics industry is still one of the leading branches of the industry in Saxony-Anhalt. Over 23,000 employees generate an annual turnover of approximately 10 billion euro. For a long time, fossil raw materials supported the development. Domestic lignite and afterwards imported crude oil and natural gas served as energy suppliers and chemical raw material. At present, we still have a largely linear carbon economy, concluding with the combustion of carbon-containing products with the release of carbon dioxide. Now, however, we need a transformation path to a sustainable and carbon dioxide neutral carbon circular economy in order to implement the turnaround in energy policy and to achieve the climate goals. The production of green hydrogen from renewable energy sources will play a significant role in this process, which is also mentioned in the ECRN position paper on European energy transition and hydrogen. With the European Union hydrogen strategy and the national hydrogen strategy in Germany, the activities to increase the use of hydrogen have developed strongly. We are currently in the process of creating a regional hydrogen strategy of Saxony-Anhalt, which considers the specific regional circumstances. The strategy is expected to be adopted by the end of this year. In addition, we will also work together with our neighboring federal states, Saxony and Brandenburg. You can see in this slide with whom we are connected through the structural change in lignite regions. The 3 East Germany core regions already wrote a joint key issues paper in the development of a regional hydrogen economy in summer 2020. At European level, we are involved in the core regions in transition platform and a member of the Hydrogen Valley platform. Carbon dioxide-free produced green hydrogen is an important component for the implementation of the energy transition. It can be used in a variety of ways as an energy source, as an energy storage, or as a raw material in the chemical industry. Therefore, green hydrogen can open up new possibilities for reducing carbon dioxide emissions. However, the production and use of green hydrogen is not yet economical. In addition to regulatory adjustments, we need technological progress along the entire value chain from generation to storage and distribution to use in order to achieve the cost reduction. Another factor is whether a sufficiently large market for carbon dioxide-free hydrogen develops to allow a further reduction in cost because of economies of scale. In our opinion, the planned initiative of an important project of common European interest, IPCEI Hydrogen, is a significant contribution to promote the market development. In terms of quantity, the use of hydrogen as a raw material in the chemical industry plays an important role in Saxony-Anhalt. The companies in the so-called chemical triangle in central Germany have been large industrial consumers of hydrogen for decades, so for being produced from fossil raw materials. Hence, from the point of view of a federal state government, in terms of an energy and climate policy as well as an economic policy, the sector offers an important connecting factor for our activities. Can you start at slide 3? We have a high potential for renewable energies from wind and solar power in Saxony-Anhalt. Furthermore, we already have a very well-developed hydrogen infrastructure ready to be used for green hydrogen. In central Germany, we have the second largest German hydrogen pipeline network and furthermore salt caverns that can be used as large volume hydrogen storage facilities. Companies have many years of operational experience in hydrogen production and its further industrial use. Moreover, companies, universities, and research institutions have joined forces in a hydrogen network called Hypos East Germany, which now has over 100 members. You can see in the slide, we have 2 real laboratories, Green Hydrochem in Leuna and Energy Park in Bad Lauchstädt. These are currently under construction, with which large capacities for the production and storage of green hydrogen are to be built up over the next few years. The aim is to advance the technological development on an industrial scale and to achieve the marketability of green hydrogen. All the mentioned factors make Saxony-Anhalt and especially the location Leuna to an ideal location for the demonstration of future-oriented hydrogen technologies. Here, a model region for hydrogen is under creation, which could be an important driver for the development of a hydrogen economy throughout Germany and Europe. The federal state government of Saxony-Anhalt supports this development, among others, by funding a test platform for electrolyzers from the Fraunhofer Society in the Leuna Chemical Park. With the help of the test field, electrolyzers for the production of hydrogen can be further enhanced and different technologies can be tested on an industrial scale. Another project is the Hy2Chem platform, on which the chemical conversion of green hydrogen into liquid basic chemicals, such as methanol and synthetic fuels, being made suitable for industry. In the next few years, we are planning to set up a new Fraunhofer Institute for Hydrogen and Carbon Process Technology, in which the future-oriented topics of the integrated carbon cycle and hydrogen economy are to be brought together. The Institute's headquarters will be situated in Leuna. I am convinced that the so-called Central German Riviera will continue to be an attractive business location in the future. It is with the region's industrial heritage and will be an international model for successful industrial transformation. The chemical industry is an important key sector that makes a significant contribution to the development of growth and employment in Saxony-Anhalt. We support the transformation of the chemical industry on its way to a sustainable, low CO2 circular economy, for which green hydrogen an essential key element. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jürgen, for also sharing your example in your region, where you're also insisting very much on the importance of R&D and how regional bodies can also very much support sectors on their R&D plans. So that's also an element for our discussion later. So thanks very much for that. Now we move to the value chain part. I would like to go to Mark van Doorn. I understand that you're somewhere in between the public and the private sector, so you'll be able to help us make this this gradual shift towards the industry. Mark, what's your perspective? Stuck in the middle.
Thanks, Jean-Paul. I hope you can hear me, and thanks for having me in this presentation. I work for Brighton Camelot Campus, but the Brighton Camelot Campus has the role to create consortia of industrial companies on behalf of the Trilateral Innovation Table, which is again one of the three pillars under the Trilateral Strategy. And the Trilateral Strategy is built by the Dutch Ministries of Economic Affairs, North Rhine-Westphalia, and Flanders. So those three areas we call then the Trilateral area. Here you see in the sheet below one of the consortia was focused on the development of a hydrogen action plan, which is the major topic of today's world, and as the previous speakers also emphasized, especially for the future. If you go to the next, yeah, you have already had the next sheet. Very good. We'll see that we see that clean hydrogen will play a very key role in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. That is nothing new. In the future, the role of hydrogen will change dramatically. And that is often not seen so much. We will have new production technologies and new applications. And we expect, therefore, that the majority of the future clean hydrogen consumption will be in steel, circular high-value chemicals like polymers, biorefineries, and especially ammonia and methanol production. Now, of all these new value chains, only ammonia and methanol exists today, actually, with large uses of hydrogen. So the other sectors which will use a lot more hydrogen in the future also need to be developed to use hydrogen as a feedstock. Why in the trilateral area? Now, that's because the trilateral area is the best location to kickstart this. It is home of the largest chemical cluster in the world, and it also contains a majority of the chemistry of Europe. So everything is very close to each other and should, with reasonable cost, be easy to connect. So the other thing is, of course, that this area is so energy intense that it will never be able to produce its own renewable energy needs. There have been various calculations on it, but the need of import for the trilateral area is massive. And therefore, we also need import structures to have this going on. All that needs to be connected, of course, with pipelines, and that's definitely possible. And there are various studies also looking into that to make that possible. So, based on that, with the high density of energy-intensive industries and the chance to change the alignment via the connection and co-creation is by far the highest here. Our vision, if you go to the next sheet, is that the new production of clean hydrogen, which is the combination of low carbon hydrogen and renewable hydrogen, will mainly take place in the coastal areas. And that has two quite logical reasons. First of all, the CO2 sequestering will be done in the North Sea gas fields. And the second thing is, of course, that a lot of the affordable renewable energy will be wind at sea. So also there, you don't want to transport all this energy all the way into the inland. So coastal areas will have the new clean hydrogen production. And if you look then at a trilateral area, this coastal area will be mainly the Netherlands and Flanders. So there will be the connection of that production at least. But also, of course, the import will start at the coast somewhere, because we imagine that a majority of the import has to be transported also by ship. Of course, a lot of energy can also be imported by pipeline, as the first speaker already said, possibly from Morocco. But there is, those things all need to be developed. So, as already said, the trilateral area cannot generate sufficient renewable energy to produce its own energy needs. Clean hydrogen also needs to be imported from areas with abundant renewable energy. To maximize the CO2 reduction, however, new applications should be promoted in the steel manufacturing, heavy-duty mobility, and the decarbonized chemicals, as said. And in order to create the maximum CO2 emission reduction, it should also be done in this order. You look at the roadmap to success, there are a number of things that need to be established and done. First, we need to establish how easily we can transition the current gray hydrogen consuming energy with renewable hydrogen. And of course, this seems to be a kind of a simple task. I can assure you, coming from the ammonia industry, that just switching will change a lot. All these factories are integrated parts of large industrial clusters, and there are more productions than just the ammonia or the methanol that you do. You also produce a lot of energy, you also produce a lot of steam, you also produce a lot of CO2, which is also used in the following area. So those whole systems need to be changed, and we need to see how we can successfully make this transition also for a relatively simple transitions, as I must say. Secondly, of course, we need support and investments for major demo plants to produce new clean hydrogen applications in the industry. There is a lot of focus on hydrogen production, but this hydrogen needs to go anywhere to a significant consumer. And of course, these demo plants on large scale need to be built because, as said in the beginning, we will have quite some new applications for hydrogen coming up of large scale. Another thing is, of course, that we need to develop also the production at the coastline and provide the connection between the production on one side of renewable hydrogen and the consumption areas, which are for a large scale also close to the coast, but also the major production areas and consumption areas will be inland, like in North Rhine-Westphalia or the Camelot side, for instance. So that is absolutely important, and also we need to look at how to connect all these steps together, because the value you can only capture if you look over the complete value chain. So not only the production of hydrogen, and as already said also in the Groningen presentation, but also in Sachsen-Anhalt, we need to connect production with consumption. And in order to create the large scale that we need, the gigawatt scale, and not a few megawatt scale, but we really need the gigawatt scale to scale these technologies up. You need to look at a bigger area, which potentially can also absorb this large amounts of hydrogen that are produced. So for that, in order to create that partnership, you need to expand towards a cooperation in production, transport, storage, import, and consumption, and potentially new consumption of clean hydrogen. And those partners in the new development areas for renewable hydrogen are needed to create common understanding of the required alignment in this system innovation. And that's exactly what we need. We need a system innovation, so a new system that does combine all these factors and create kind of the new hydrogen economy. And that's the part where I will end.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I mean, when I hear all of you speak, I think there's a sizable challenge ahead to meet some of these targets that have been set. It's sometimes the way with European policies, you know, ambitious targets, but then in practice it can take a little bit of time to get going. Kitty mentioned the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance, and we have Yorgo Chatzimarkakis with us, Secretary General of Hydrogen Europe. So maybe you can also pile on some more challenges to the table.
Absolutely, and thanks very much for the invitation. I'm wondering whether you would show my presentation or do you want me? There it is. Thanks very much. And that's the presentation mode. Yeah, I represent Hydrogen Europe, and we start with the first slide. So if that was a question here that puts us in historical context. I'll start with China, but I promise you to end up in Netherlands and especially in Rotterdam. This is the historical question that some journalists here have put. Who will be the hydrogen superpower, the EU or China? Next slide shows that we are on a good way as Europeans. And the reason is the following. There's a new historical situation due to COVID-19 because the energy drop that was, of course, immediately after the outbreak of the pandemic has gone down. This is IEA reporting these figures, and only the renewables have gone up. And that's quite a good indicator to show us time for a disruptive change. Next slide, please. And that's one of the reasons I presented this paper, which was developed together with a Dutch colleague, Professor Art van Wijk. It's a 2x40 gigawatt initiative, because if we really want to achieve all these goals that have been also mentioned by the predecessors speaking, we really need to scale up. Next slide shows that this is not just, and Kitty already alluded to the fact that we had a historical day with the 8th of July where the EU came up with a hydrogen strategy, and the chemical regions play a very, very integral part in that. I'll come back to that. Also, the EU Commission launched the energy system integration strategy or package. Kitty alluded to the circular aspect, which is so important. And also, and you can see the banner behind me, the EU Clean Hydrogen Alliance was launched. And I'm proud to say that, last Friday, the call for participation of the roundtables has been launched by DG GROW, by the EU Commission. So please have a look, Google it up, you will find it easily, and try to qualify to be part of that roundtables. Next slide. The Clean Hydrogen Alliance is regarded as the instrument to implement all this. There's also historical momentum because many of the member states have picked up the idea to create hydrogen strategies. These both countries, Germany and France together, have earmarked some 16 billion euro for hydrogen the next 10 years. If you sum up all the 5 biggest member states, we are at 32 billion earmarked for hydrogen projects for the next 10 years. Next slide shows that it's not just ministerial level, it's also council level. So especially the Franco-German couple has made this an issue 10 days ago in their bilateral meeting, and hydrogen was one of the top issues with CEOs from both countries represented. But not as an exclusive action, it's an inclusive action. They just want to push some of the IPCEI projects that have been mentioned this morning already. Next slide, please. Shows that in order to overcome chicken and egg issues that have been mentioned and that are a real threat, because of course you can ramp up hydrogen, but you need to make sure that this hydrogen is then also consumed. To show you the mismatch, I have a hydrogen car. I'm a proud owner of a hydrogen car. And if I drive with this car in Germany, Mr. Ude can prove that right, because he himself has hydrogen fueling stations in his land. There are hundreds of them in Germany, 100. not hundreds, 100. And we have only 500 cars. So it's a mismatch, and that's not good. And we need to overcome this mismatching by having a clear strategy. And that's why we added to the production of hydrogen also the cost with an investment plan, 430 billion euro next 10 years, by the way, all over Europe. Not all of this is public. Most of it is private money. And we want to get this money into the projects. 110 CEOs have committed their support for that. And we did some political recommendations also. Next slide shows that the chemical regions are the starting point. And that will be basically, and that's now the most important slides come now, the starting point for the hydrogen strategy definitely will be the low-hanging fruits, which is consumers who need hydrogen right now. In mobility, you need to set up the infrastructure and to build the cars. But in chemical regions, you need hydrogen right now, immediately. And this is why this is, so to say, the most important aspect. And you can see here that the biggest consumers at the moment of hydrogen are refineries and fertilizer companies, so chemical industry, and also the producers of derivatives of hydrogen, ammonia, methanol. This all can be done. So the chemical reasons are our key target. Or to put it another way around, if the 32 billion euro of the European member states who have devoted the money for hydrogen projects were to be spent right now, they would first go to the chemical reasons in order to spur the uptake of hydrogen production and consumption. Next slide. So your regions are most important. Here you see the costs of renewable hydrogen. Kitty was so kind as to mention both aspects, decarbonized hydrogen and renewable. Let's concentrate a moment on the renewable hydrogen. And here you see that solar hydrogen is definitely cheaper than wind hydrogen. That's just simple maths. We did the maths. And what we also see is that most of the regions where we can produce cheaply are, of course, in the south, are the Mediterranean belt. It becomes even cheaper if we go more south into the northern African region. And the good news is there are also pipelines connecting us from North Africa with the continent. However, as we are talking about Germany and Netherlands and Belgium being hotspot of the chemical region, we also have to have a look at onshore and offshore wind. And here you see that we need to start with higher costs, wind, and to achieve then later the lower costs. The production costs in the south will be 2 to 3 euro per kilo lower quite immediately. Next slide shows that we need to integrate hydrogen also from other regions with pipelines. So a single 48-inch pipeline has a maximum capacity of 30 gigawatt of hydrogen, and that enables already the transport of around 2 million tons of hydrogen per year. And that's the whole consumption in Germany right now. But what you see is we will need the pipeline systems, and that's why we are so happy to see that in Groningen, but also in the south of the Netherlands, North Rhine-Westphalia, and especially Leuna. I have seen Leuna, I've been there. There are pipelines in place because they are by far the cheapest way of hydrogen transportation. It's only 0.2 euro per kilogram per 1,000 kilometers. And this can even be further reduced the more dense the hydrogen pipeline system gets. Next slide, please. So you see it's chemical regions and it's combining them. Just let me show you, because we will need imports. Let me show you the difference when it comes to imports from regions that are far away. This is important because Europe, it wants to become the central hub of hydrogen as a new commodity on the world market. It needs also to have the imports from faraway regions in mind. This is possible via liquefied hydrogen. Here you see some costs. The costs are, of course, you need to put something on top. I have seen nice liquefaction in Leuna. So there you have one of the hotspots of liquefaction in Europe already. So Mr. Ude can be very proud. And these liquefaction issues will play a role when importing hydrogen in a pure form. Of course, there are other possibilities like ammonia or methanol as well. The costs are always similar. There is a considerable 15-20% more, of course, that you need to see. And also there are differences at the different regions. Just saying, we need to have this in mind if we develop a hub like Antwerp or Rotterdam. Next slide. Shows that's by shipping. How do these markets develop? Now, let us start, please tick next slide. Let us start with the valleys. Here, it's the chemical regions that are number one. They come first. They are stage number one. Next slide would be then to have also the imports in mind. Most of the short-term hydrogen will come from imports, of course, or from local production. Next slide shows that we need to connect especially the chemical clusters or the industrial clusters. And that's the birthplace, the birth time of a hydrogen system. It's to combine the imports and to combine the chemical clusters via pipeline in order to have an excellent and cheap transport. Next slide would be then the kickoff of an integrated hydrogen market. Still with a question mark, because I've seen, Kitty, that the Commission did postpone a little bit what I said in the very beginning, this smart energy system integration package. In your work program for next year, you postponed it from June to end of the year. And it was not really clear, is it about hydrogen or not? So we need really, if we want to kick this off, to put it high on to leave it high on the agenda. I know that that people want to see also more electricity. We need to do both. We one and go for the other. We need to do both. Next slide, please. Shows that we have definitively projects that go to that direction, the so-called important projects of common European interest. We will have this week, tomorrow, and day after tomorrow, 2 days where, together with the member states, we will take stock of the existing projects planned for an IPCEI. None of them has started as an IPCEI because this is a quite lengthy procedure together with DG Competition of the European Commission. But here you see one example, or 3 examples. It's Green Spider, Green Flamingo, and Green Octopus. It's Portuguese-Dutch projects that show exactly what we were just discussing. Production in the south, transport, at the moment, no pipeline via France possible. That's a long discussion, maybe we can discuss later on, via shipping to Rotterdam. Next slide. So we have this in mind, and we know that there's a financial engineering absolutely important in order to get there. So we couldn't do that just with an IPCEI. We need to have a combination of the different EU, national, and regional possibilities and really to combine it. Next slide. That come to an end. It is an historical chance, but I know that there are a lot of Dutch participants here in that meeting. We need to change our state aid rules. I'm very clear here. I know that especially in the Netherlands, we have a very liberal point of view on state aid. And if we go for more hydrogen, but also more electricity, it's like going from a horse to a car. So it's a systemic change. And you need a fundamental new approach to state aid rules. IPCEI is one possibility. And it also is combined with the carbon content. Next slide. That's why I have here as an issue the carbon border adjustment mechanism. If we don't prioritize the carbon content in any also imported good or service, then we will fail. Because if you produce steel on the base of hydrogen, it will be more expensive. And if we don't have a carbon border mechanism, but before that even, a system detecting the carbon content, tracing, tracking, making it tradable transparently and creating trust, we won't do it. So this is the time where to have clear methodologies of accounting the carbon content with guarantees of origin, and to have clearly transparent tracking system. Next slide. Only if we do that, then we will have a chance, we will see a chance to see the hydrogen renewables. The Netherlands are an excellent example for that. North H2 will be only one of many, many projects that have been announced. So it's wind parks in the North Sea, and it's electrolysis happening close to the wind parks outside. In some cases, even integrated into the wind turbine. So the wind turbine produces directly hydrogen that then can be transported via the grid, the gas grid, back to shore. Next slide shows that we are in a situation to just start the infrastructure, left-hand side, but also the market. Here I call the Commission, especially for having a look into this idea to maybe create a hydrogen act, that has both infrastructure and market incentivation both in mind in parallel. And that's why we have no time to just postpone this, even if to do in parallel. But that's the complexity of the post-COVID recovery time. Next slide, then we end. Yeah, this is our historical chance to become the marketplace. If you ask me, I would say Rotterdam will be the marketplace, the stock where the hydrogen price all over the globe will be made. Of course, in euro, not in dollar, not in renminbi, and not in yen. That is what we should thrive for. And if we implement things that we discussed as of July with the hydrogen strategy, this will be possible. Thank you very much. That was my last slide, I think.
Okay, thank you, Jorgo. You're not short of challenges, but you're also not short of optimism. So I think that's a good combination. I've picked up a few big challenges. I mean, you know, the investments required in R&D, the scaling up of production, acting on demand and in the markets, the issue of imports, the issue of costs, both for renewable hydrogen but also decarbonized hydrogen, and then the whole question around transport infrastructure and meeting production and consumption. Kitty, you mentioned some of the targets on European level. Can you come back also on some of the tools that the Commission will be using to meet some of these challenges and to set a little bit mostly maybe the regulatory and legislative agenda on this, so that we can see a little bit where we're heading there?
Thank you very much. I think it's important to clarify indeed, because the Commission work program is out, and maybe it's not fully understood which part of this regulatory agenda will include pieces of regulations for hydrogen. So the very first legislative action we are going to take is actually the revision of the Trans-European Energy Networks regulation, and that's already due hopefully in December. So we are now in the very intensive process of preparing it. So our target date was the 9 of December, and we still hope to make it. And this is an important part where we can already start tackling the planning issues, because indeed, as Jorgo showed, one way of vision, and we have seen the Dutch and the trilateral areas of how hydrogen networks could be planned. But we need to see it indeed in the big picture, also in the future imports perspective. So we need a way to plan these hydrogen infrastructures, and we need also a way to identify indeed the projects of common interest that need to be implemented, and especially a way to look at how we can use our existing assets. As Jorgo said, transforming or refurbishing an existing gas pipeline into a hydrogen pipeline is much cheaper than building a dedicated pipeline. But we might need to actually have a mix of dedicated pipelines and so new specific hydrogen pipelines and refurbishing of existing gas pipelines. So this is something that we're looking into now with this revision, so already the one that's coming in December. Then there is a June package that Jorgo already mentioned, which is this climate target plan package, so how to get to the 55%. But it does include a lot of interesting pieces of legislation, such as the revision of the Renewables Energy Directive. And this is the place where we're looking also into this announced certification question of hydrogen. So how do you tag the hydrogen so that consumers can buy the type of hydrogen they really want, so that first of all, that it's clean, but those who want to buy renewable, that they can buy renewable and count it towards their renewable energy targets. So that stays in principle with the June legislative package. I'm always a bit cautious on the timings because, of course, we start this huge work. We have to do all the impact assessments. They all have to go through the board. So it is a huge legislative agenda, but we're still hoping to make it for June. And then the one that probably, Jorgos, you mentioned for the Q4 of next year, that's the revision of the gas legislation, which is the third piece, so to say, of the legislative follow-up. And that's how to make sure that the current market rules can be fit for the incorporation of renewable gases. So this package is actually not specifically for hydrogen. It is also for all kinds of renewable gases, such as biogas, etc. So we are looking in this field on how to basically decarbonize the gas system. So how to make it possible for new gases to enter the system, also with an objective of transition to clean gases for 2050. And indeed, there may be specific hydrogen-related rules in there. So this is something we are very much developing right now, and which needs maybe the most careful analysis until the end of next year.
Okay, thanks, Kitty. Maybe Mark, a reaction on that. I mean, Kitty mentioned that it's important to have the big picture, but at the same time, you're a real leading region. Do you agree with those priorities, or would you see another way forwards in a more urgent manner?
No, I fully agree with the fact that we need to change, of course, a lot of systems. And what I already heard also from our partners is especially, for instance, the change of the gas network, the gas system. How can you use hydrogen as a gas cross-border? The transition of that network, that's of utmost importance to keep all the regions connected and to make exactly the connection between, let's say, the regions that have abundant green or renewable energy with the regions that need a lot of renewable or clean hydrogen to make this work. All the regulations are based on natural gas, and they're very restrictive at this moment. So it's now very difficult to transform one of these systems following those regulations. And of course, we need a lot of support to make it work and to make these systems work and to create the best connection between the regions that consume hydrogen and the regions that produce hydrogen. And for that, I think the EU plays an eminent role to make that possible, and especially in regulation. Secondly, how do you do certification of the hydrogen? Are you going to create a separate green hydrogen market or renewable hydrogen market from a gray or a low carbon, and how can we trade and basically put the hydrogen in on one side and take the right hydrogen out on the other side? How can we make that work? Because that's the start of the whole new hydrogen economy. If that works, things become a lot easier. And of course, there are a lot of examples from the gas networks how this can be done. But I see a prominent role of the EU to make this to keep this going and make this work. Yeah.
Okay, because I mean, indeed, I mean, there is not just one hydrogen. There are many different types and subsectors, and that also creates complexities in the area in Groningen. There, Mr. Gijsbol, you were mentioning many different projects. Do you have a clear idea as to are these projects really aiming at renewable hydrogen, or is it a mix?
Yes, we need in this phase a mix from the renewable energy. We begin low. We begin in 2030 with 75% of green hydrogen, maybe 25% of blue hydrogen, but we need blue hydrogen for the transformation phase. That is so we are in it now.
Okay, and in Saxony-Anhalt, I'd like to understand a little bit better how you approach the cross-border element. I know that there's been a lot of investments in R&D for the Saxony-Anhalt clusters, but are other regions also able to play this role of going beyond some of the national borders and restrictions that sometimes prevent, transport or infrastructure or pipelines to flow through? Can you give us a comment on the role of regions in supporting that development?
Yes, my name is Thomas Gerke. I'm assisting Dr. Ude today. We are already working very close with our neighboring states, Saxony and Brandenburg, as of course the value chain in central Germany, they are cross-border. And in summer 2020, the three states have already worked out a key issue paper for a regional hydrogen economy as a future perspective. And of course, we are not just looking to central Germany. Of course, we have the international perspective. We have a 150-kilometer hydrogen pipeline in Leuna already, and this pipeline has to be connected to the international pipeline system, because we are convinced that in the long run, we need import of hydrogen. Of course, we want to strengthen the home production from solar and wind energy. But if you think in a perspective of 10 or more years, then we also need import of hydrogen. And as I know, there are also some players that want to take part in the Green Octopus, in the IPCEI project. And I think this is also very important for us. At the moment, we are working on a hydrogen strategy for the country. Dr. Ude already mentioned that we hope it's adopted at the end of the year. And we work together very close with the stakeholders from economy, from science and society here in the region. And I think the main thing really is to come to a new regulatory framework. And as the other participants already mentioned, we also have to think about the state aid framework, because most of the players are large enterprises, and I think we have to offer them an adequate framework so that they can invest in hydrogen infrastructure. And what we have to think about, it's a long-term investment, and these companies, they need reliability so that they can take these investments.
Okay, Jorgo, I mean, you mentioned the key role played by regions in the development of this strategy. As you have a big network of regions here listening to you, could you give us the 30-second pitch that will bring them to the table and give them confidence to invest in this area?
This is the time where history sees a systemic change to replace coal, to replace nuclear, to replace oil and gas. And it will be replaced by electricity and by hydrogen. And if you want to be part of this first wave, now please invest into the replacement, and please invest into the corresponding infrastructure. The tools are there. The policymakers wait for your proposals. And the IPCEI process on one hand and the Hydrogen Alliance as the umbrella for this are the best place to do it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mark, are you worried that you have this imbalance between your energy needs and the possibility of your energy demands? What would be your 30-second pitch to make sure that you have the energy that you need to produce in the future?
No, definitely we need to without a market, it will never work. So we will look at creating those projects basically from a demand side perspective, and cross-border demand side built by the industries itself that will actually need the hydrogen. And if you go from a demand, then production is and transport is less of an issue. We see now that the projects start from the energy production and go to hydrogen, and then we have to bring the hydrogen somewhere. I think it would be valid to create a little bit more emphasis on the absolute consumption of hydrogen and also on the new consumption areas of hydrogen, and start from consumption and go backwards to where it most efficiently can be produced or where it can be imported.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Kitty, over to you. The plea to the regions to get involved in the big picture, as you mentioned.
Thank you very much. So I would just like to use these 30 seconds to really encourage everyone to participate in all the public consultations that we are going to launch, accompanying all the proposals. I mean, for the TENI, that's already done, but for the June and for the autumn or December packages, please do monitor our website and please do contribute all your knowledge, because I've seen today there's been a lot of experience and knowledge out there, and we have to use this in our legislative initiatives. So please contribute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kitty. And now back to the regions then. Mr. Reisebol, will you be contributing to these consultations, and what will be your key recommendation to the European Commission? Your 30-second plea back to them.
We want to start immediately with all those plans I show you. And when we can start, then we can go to 100% clean environment. And that's the total looking that we have in Groningen. Start now, please. That's all.
Okay, a very clear message that you will be involved. And over to you, Jürgen, or your colleague. If you could unmute, and I'll give you back your 30 seconds. Yep.
In Saxony-Anhalt, we also want to start as soon as possible. Leuna is first place. We have prepared the field with an electrolysis test platform and with 2 testing laboratories, Reallabore. We want to scale up the production, and I hope we will be successful, and in 2 or 3 years we will be a great step ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much to the 5 of you for having shared your insights on this, let's say, new topic, or certainly a topic gaining a lot of momentum. I hope that it's been insightful for the participants, and certainly the role of regions has been very much highlighted. So that's great. So thank you very much to you all. And now we will move to the next topic of our busy agenda today, which is regional solutions to upscale the bio-based chemical production in Europe. And to discuss this topic, I am joined by Tjisa Stelpstra, who is a member of the European Committee of the Regions, member of the Council of the Province of Drenthe, and he was also the rapporteur for the new Circular Economy Action Plan and the Committee of the Regions' opinion on that. Hans Christian Eberl, who is Policy Officer for Circular Economy and Bio-Based Systems at DG Research at the European Commission. We have Dirk Carrez, Executive Director of the Bio-Based Industries Consortium, and Leah Voermans, who is Director of the Chemelot Circular Hub in Limburg. So we will have 4 presentations from these speakers, and then we will engage also in an open discussion. So to kick off, I will hand over directly to Mr. Stelpstra, who will give us an overview of the opinion that he successfully voted through into the Committee of the Regions. Tjisa, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Paul. Thank you for the invitation. As you said, the general context is my opinion on the new Circular Economy Action Plan of the European Commission. That's a broader context of what I tell you today. And you said it's not only my opinion anymore. The Committee of the Regions adopted it with the mayor voting. So it's now the view of all the regions and cities in Europe, and I'm very happy with it, of course. So my view is a little bit overall. I give you very brief some remarks, but I will give some focus on sustainable chemical industry also. I loaned it from my colleague Henk Brink here in my colleague regional minister. But I want to start with another context, and maybe it is discussed this morning. I couldn't follow all, but that's the context of the COVID pandemic, because it has shown us some important things, I think. And the first thing, what it showed us is how dependent we are on resources. Worldwide, and especially in Europe, we have seen our dependency on resources outside our countries, outside Europe. And that is the reason, therefore, I call in the opinion on the European Commission and on the member states to reduce dependency on third parties and virgin resources, and to strengthen security of supply by firmer organizing, especially scarce and critical resource management, and develop an EU resource policy platform. The second remark I want to make on COVID is that we have seen how resilient the planet is. In no time, for instance, rivers got clean, air pollution decreased. There are some examples. And I know also production is decreased also. But my point is that when we stop or decrease human behavior, the planet can recover. And sometimes it can be in a very short time. And that's my third remark. We have also seen how resilient economy is and how resilient people are. And I know there's a big crisis coming on. But don't forget the focus on the positive side. In no time, we made a shift to digital working, for instance. I personally traveled a lot by car and by plane. And like everybody, I miss the personal contact. But it is also proven that a lot of my flying can be avoided. So we have to combine these things. There's an urgent need to accelerate the transition to a regenerative growth model, while keeping resource consumption within the limit of what the Earth can handle. We now use 2 planets within our linear economy at this time, and we have to change that. And I think the use of renewable biosources can make a contribution to this. So let me get you 4 remarks, one on the regions, one on Europe, one on instruments, and one on my region. I think that the transition to the bio-based economy requires that all stakeholders at all levels and all levels of government and society have to work together. And when I'm looking at the local and regional authorities, they play a crucial role in the transition to bio-based and circular economy. And I give you some examples. They as players can initiate much needed innovation. As purchaser and long-term customer of bio-based and circular competence with regards to biomass. And local and regional authorities are close to the people. They're close to companies, they're close to networks, and therefore they play an important role in creating awareness and in promoting the chain cooperation. What can the EU do? Well, I said they have an important role in strengthening the position of local and regional authorities, and they are in creating the right framework conditions. And they need to use the EU recovery plan, the next generation EU, for a transition to a bio-based and circular economy. I told you about our dependence on primary resources and global change, what COVID has shown, and that we can quickly adapt to a new situation. And this transition to this new economy can be given a huge boost by focusing investments from the new generation EU on long-term economic, social, and environmental progress. We can also create a market for bio-based and secondary raw materials. For example, by making the use of a certain percentage of bio-based or recycled materials mandatory, and by including costs for pollution, waste, and emissions in the price of non-circular products, so that sustainable production becomes more comparable and competitive with non-circular production methods. We have to scale up innovation. We can do it in the multi-helix context, and regions can be very important for that. They can have an important role in the upscaling of promising innovation by linking its own financial instruments to these innovations and by connecting best practices and innovation networks in the EU. We have to support local regional authorities in their role as purchaser, as contractor. We have to develop reliable and transparent EU certificates and labels, in particular with regard to environmental sustainability. I think it is important to make material flows transparent. There should be an EU program that has a transparent digital system that can analyze the situation of regional, national, and European level. I think for innovation, we also have to go to a new system. And one example, what I showed in my opinion, why do we make a system in which every 5 years the best available solution or practice at that time is taken as a benchmark for the next 5 years, so we can set targets? Well, let me tell you something about instruments in my region. Of course, grants. European subsidies in particular offer our knowledge institutions and companies the opportunity to develop innovative knowledge as products and products. And the provinces co-finances in almost all the cases. We set up a task force, Green Chemistry, and it is largely financed by the province and the municipality of Emmen. And the members of this task force support the chemical companies from their own discipline. And the unique thing is that the members of this task force have a background in chemistry. They are therefore a full discussion partner for the companies. At this time, we are working on the realization of a chemistry campus in Emmen. University and the business community meet there, and in this way, applied research becomes accessible to companies. And at the same time, the companies offer internships for students. And the founding of Chemport is largely due to the authorities. Linking both chemical complexes with a regional interest would not have been achieved without the authorities. So, and that's my closing remarks, some examples of companies. We have a lot of research done on PHA and other biopolymers. And what makes Emmen unique in the province Drenthe is that several companies have found niche markets for which they develop products. Development of biocomposites and bioplastics reinforced with, for example, hemp, fibers, and bio-based reagents are main topics. In biopolymers, Emmen is a real male league speaker. Another example is a company called Stenbis. This is a mix of research and development and production of innovative green products, and they cover a broad range of their products. And one of them is bio-based infill for artificial sport fields, compostable horticulture twine. And another example is my last one is MCE, a company which retrieves a rest of biomass from several markets and convert it into non-energetic products. And the unique fact of this company is the large scale of which this happens, and because they can vary between small and large production. It is possible to conduct research on a laboratory scale and also to conduct practical tests at the same location with large quantities of products and large production of, for example, more than 20 tons. And this enormous bandwidth of research opportunities makes it an exceptional factory and a unique facility of its kind. But don't ask me too much about that. There are examples that are given to me from my colleague and from my staff. I'm more from the political side. And I hope together we can make the change to a more circular economy, because I'm convinced we can do it. Thank you very much.
Okay, very much appreciated, Thijs, that you set this frame of transformation and the ambition. You also mentioned that some of the tools that were required, and one of those was around grants and subsidies to help fuel the projects and the innovative ideas, also in regions. So we'll go straight to Hans Christian Ebel. The research budget in the EU is one of the biggest budgets. So how are you approaching this transformation towards the circular economy and bio-based systems?
Well, thanks for inviting me. I did prepare and send a presentation. You have it, great. Wonderful. I don't want to be the spoilsport because I want to go back to theory, and I liked very much what Mr. Stelpstra said, and how he fit the word circular in. And I also changed the title because I said upscale the circular bio-based chemical production in Europe. And I wanted to change it even more. I wanted to make it even longer. I wanted to say upscale the sustainable circular bio-based chemical production in Europe, because I have a few fundamental questions for you. Before I will come to the project, I will talk about the project as well within the 10 minutes that I have. But first, I want to provide some policy context. And I think we shouldn't jump to conclusions, because which are the problems that we want to solve? This workshop I see is about three sort of solutions. One is hydrogen, one is bio-based, one is chemical recycling. But which problems do you want to solve with these solutions? Do we really have a resource problem? I'm not talking about the whole chemical sector, but talking about the plastic sector. I mean, using 4% of fossil resources for plastics. I think if you look at it from that perspective, replacing it with bio-based material is not the big issue, because it's not that advantageous, because we're not talking about resource scarcity as we are talking about critical raw materials. But then do we have a pollution problem? Yes, but is then replacing fossil-based with bio-based a solution to the pollution problem? I don't know. But the biggest problem probably that we should talk about, and that is the leitmotif of the whole Green Deal, is greenhouse gas emissions. That's the target of climate neutrality. And if we then see then that only 10% of our total material need is kept in the loop, and that the whole process from extracting of resources to production and then consumption and the waste phase disposal causes 1/4 of Europe's greenhouse gas emissions, then we see that there's a huge potential. So the overall goal should be that we reduce our environmental footprint. And that's why I wanted to refer. Can I move the slides, or who's doing it for me?
I think you've been given control, but if it's not working, we can move the slides for you.
No, it should work. But it doesn't. No.
Okay, can we help Hans Christian? Thank you.
Yeah. And that's why I have this one slide on the context. I think the most important thing is the Sustainable Development Goals, because Sustainable Development Goal 12 clearly says responsible consumption and production, and circular economy and bioeconomy are both instruments. They are not, they are means to an end. They are not an end in itself. The idea is that we retain the value, that we minimize impacts, that we close circles, but also that we slow down the circles. I think just the idea of using benign material, be it bio-based, doesn't give us a carte blanche for continuing producing and consuming as usual. Continue with business as usual. But certainly when we talk about replacing high impact materials with low impact materials, then we talk about renewable materials. And the basic concept of circular economy and bioeconomy, which should work together, are in simple words. I would say bioeconomy replaces all non-renewable materials with renewable materials for whatever purpose, for whatever use form, whereas circular economy replaces linear with circular use forms for whatever materials. And both use forms or both concepts can be unsustainable if we don't look at the footprint. What we need would be that we introduce criteria for assessing the footprint of all these measures. One issue with circular economy would certainly be the impact from if we don't consider toxicity as one of the biggest issues. Legacy materials. one negative impact from bioeconomy would be that we do a wrong prioritization. We had these debates about biofuel. We have competitive use forms. We don't have enough material for all the ideas that we have. What we want to do with biomaterials. I mean, the primary use of biomaterial is still food and feed. So we need to ask the right questions. But that said, if we do that evaluation properly, and if we combine the two concepts of circular and bioeconomy, then I think we can contribute to the solution of the problems that I addressed at the beginning of my speech. So how are we doing this from a research and innovation perspective? Can I have the next slide, please? For plastics, for example, and there you already see the problems. We are addressing topics from various angles, and all the different aspects are already addressed. This is Horizon 2020, but you see that the various issues, such as recycling, or on the other hand, non-fossil feedstocks, are located in different directorates, in different societal challenges. And one of the main difficulties that we have is bringing the whole thing together and also draw conclusions. Use the results in a way that we can build on this in future framework programs, and that we can also upscale. So that there's fragmented information. There's some projects that are sleepers. There were projects already in framework programs 6 and 7, and there was no follow-up. And one reason is the structure. So if you go to the next slide, there you have a whole range of projects related to plastics, where you can see that we are dealing with pollution, we are dealing with recycling, we're dealing with new materials, we are dealing with value chains. But things are all over the place, and it's no coherent picture yet. But that is something that we clearly want to change. And if you go to the next slide, these are projects that are in my unit's responsibility, or even my responsibility, and there we already tried. These were things that we drafted for the 2020 work program under Horizon 2020, the last year, the final year. And there you see that we are trying to address the issues from a more systemic way. That we really want to understand the drivers and mechanisms, but also the impacts of a full transition to circularity. But what you also see here, that bioeconomy is not a topic here, also because it was not located at the time in my unit. That was before we got merged. If we go to the next slide, these are two very recent calls, and one is highlighting an issue that I think very important. It's the data management or information management, which is not the same, along the value chain. And this is something that will start soon. And then we also have the Green Deal, and there we have still under Horizon 2020, a call with a budget of a commission budget of 60 million. That focuses completely on the deployment of territorial solutions for a circular economy. And certainly under this project, or under these projects, under this call, we will also address the aspect of the bioeconomy. So I'm sure there will be activities focusing on biomaterials. So there we are already moving in the right direction. in principle, the Horizon 2020 calls, most of them are research and innovation actions, and TRL levels are relatively low. They are 5 to 6, and the budget is it's a wide range from 2 to 20 million. In Horizon Europe, this slide actually, yeah, thank you. In Horizon Europe, this will be different because there we still have a structure that we're not completely happy with. You have 6 clusters, and in principle they're all related. So it's a bit random that the topics that are important in the context of this session are mainly, but not only, located in this cluster 6, which is called food, bioeconomy, natural resources, etc. Because climate and environment, I mean, what's the delineation between climate and environment? Everything is climate. But that's how it is, and cluster 6 is the area on which I'm working. The driving motive behind cluster 6 is better management of natural resources, but again serving the EU's climate objectives. And then you have 7 destinations in cluster 6, and the one where I'm working is circular economy and bioeconomy sector, which is exactly the area where my unit is working. And then there you will probably find in the coming years the projects or the calls that are relevant for driving this circular bio-based transition. But then again, the problem is that there's also an industry cluster, or it's not a problem. I mean, it's a good thing that this is widespread, but there will also be activities, research and innovation-wise, for circularity in the industry cluster, which is cluster 4. And chemicals are also based in cluster 1 because chemicals are very often addressed in EU policy from a health angle. Talking about REACH, for example. So also the research and innovation on chemicals, lots of it will happen in cluster 1 health. But as we have a new process of drafting our work programs, it's called co-creation, and it doesn't work. I think there will rather be synergies than conflicts and overlaps.
Maybe just to gradually get to the conclusion, Hans Christian, thanks.
Okay. So then let's go to the next slide, and I think it's already the last one. So this is what we want to do in the coming 2 years. Lots of these things are in that project. Most of them are innovation actions, relatively high RTLs, TRLs, meaning 7 to 8. So that is almost market deployment. Usual budget, it's in the same range as under Horizon 2020, and I think these are projects, or these are calls that will help with the deployment and with the circular and bio-based transition, also with regards to chemicals. And focus areas, clearly theory, indicators and methods for measuring the circular economy transition, value chain analysis, life cycle information database. We will continue with the Circular Cities and Regions initiative that we started under the Green Deal call, and I think this is one of the most promising initiatives that we have at the moment. And again, with a big budget and interinstitutional, so that is something that's really about optimizing material flows and value chains in regions, and that will contribute, if it's done in the right way immensely to crisis resilience and also social inclusiveness. And then we have, of course, the projects on circular material streams, which are plastics, textiles, electronics, and construction, packaging, single-use plastics. I mean, these are the mandates that we have from the 2020 Circular Economy Action Plan, and we have to follow up on this. And we have a huge part on bioeconomy, novel feedstocks, bio-based innovation, bioplastics. And the good thing is that this is all together in our unit now. So we have an active exchange between circular and bio-based people. So, but I want to come back to the initial questions, and I hope that our projects will show that we really mean this. Are there regional solutions, and how can we support these? I think, yes, we can. We have to go bigger. Very often we already have technical solutions, but we need to upscale. We need to go to higher TRLs, and we need territorial deployment. We also need territorial value chains. And when we talk about value chains, we should think beyond industry. One of the deficits of previous research program projects was that the understanding of value chains was very traditional, very conservative. It did not include retailers, which have a very important role. It almost never included consumers. Very often the information exchange between manufacturers and recyclers did not happen. It's one of the biggest issues. And the information was either not available or people were reluctant to share it. So we also need smart solutions for data sharing that still respect confidentiality. And one thing is, well, we would like to see in all projects, and we will certainly implement it in all our calls, is that the environmental assessment of technologies should always be based on the product environmental footprint method. That is one thing that we will establish in all our calls, and there's no way around this. This will also feed into the policy work under the Circular Economy Action Plan. And I think I will stop here because I think it was already some food for thought, and I hope we have a nice discussion. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much, Hans Christian, for the detailed presentation, and at the same time reminding us that it's not the circular economy or the bioeconomy as a goal in itself, but it has to have a demonstrable impact, positive impact on the environment. Okay, and also the importance of value chains, and we have Dirk Carrez with us, who's representing a big value chain with the Bio-Based Industries Consortium. So please, Dirk, what are your thoughts?
Okay, good morning. Hope you can hear me.
Yep.
If you can show the slides, then I will immediately start. So, I don't know how to move, if I can move the slides. Yeah, maybe I'll just ask to go to the next slide. So first of all, indeed, as just explained by Jean-Paul, we are representing the Bio-Based Industries Consortium, the industry, and our mission is indeed to set up new bio-based value chains in Europe, but of course in a very good business and policy climate, so that indeed products that are produced can also enter the market. And on the next slide, you can see our members. We have at the moment 240 industry members, large enterprises and SMEs. Very important, I think 75% of our members are SMEs. They can be represented by regional SME clusters. So that's also one of the ways we try to make a link with the regions. But we also have brand owners and market actors. Very important, our members come from different industrial sectors, from agriculture, food, feed, aquaculture, quite new, chemicals, of course, materials, forestry, pulp paper, market actors, technology providers, and also rather new waste management companies. This is important because if you want to set up value chains, this is not one single sector compared to, let's say, other technologies. Here you need a collaboration with companies and stakeholders from different industrial sectors. We also have 200 associate members, by the way. So on the next slide, you can see that one of the projects, I would say, initiatives we have with the Commission is the public-private partnership, the BBI. It's a partnership between our members, BIC, and the European Commission. And I will stay brief because most of you will know this. On the next slide, you can see that with this partnership, we can give grants via the BBI, of course, to projects, as just explained. But we have three kinds of projects. We have, let's say, research projects, we have demonstration projects, and we have flagship projects. So demonstration projects are really, bringing the partners of a value chain together and try to go to a proof of concept, including, by the way, for instance, brand owners that can develop applications that can enter the market. And this is to de-risk, let's say, the final investment in, for instance, a flagship. And a flagship is really a first of a kind new production plant, innovative production plant in Europe. And this is quite unique because I think via the BBI, this is the only funding instrument at this moment for these higher TRLs. And so always important, always bringing actors together that develop a value chain. So on the next slide, I want to show you what is the impact of such a partnership. Well, first of all, the whole idea was to keep investment in Europe. And indeed, what we see is that we have, as you will see in the next slides, then quite some investments already. But we can also attract companies from outside of Europe to co-invest in these partnerships in Europe. Of course, there's a growing awareness and interest. Very important, we see completely innovative new value chains coming up, new collaborations with food industry and chemical industry at a local level, because the food industry has side streams, waste streams we called it before, that can be used as feedstock for the chemical industry. The forestry and the pulp and paper, which is quite, let's say, they start to collaborate with, for instance, the chemical industry and the textile industry to develop other products than only paper. And we see, of course, new industrial sectors that are joining to make, let's say, create synergies with other companies. And last element I would like to say, there is an increased market focus. There is an increased participation of brand owners. And this is important because these are the companies that bring the products on the market that can create awareness. And we have a growing involvement of regions, and we'll come back on that in the next slide. So on the next slide, I want to show you why these kind of projects, why these kind of partnerships are important for regional development and rural development. And especially the demos and the flagship that I explained, the demos where we try to prove a concept, or the flagship, which is the first of a kind new production plant, where we try to de-risk, let's say, an innovative investment. Well, we see that there is an impact on rural regional development, especially from an economical and social point of view, of course. We try to create jobs, but also we try to use the local regional feedstock available. And of course, also from an environmental point of view, and I want to refer to the previous speaker. On the next slide, I want to show you two examples. There are many more, but one example is in Ireland, the Agrichem way, try to valorize byproducts from the dairy industry and create new opportunities for farmers. Of course, it is done in a region, by the way, which is in Ireland, an old zinc mine is now replaced by a national bioeconomy campus, also supported by the region. And this model is replicated in other regions. There is a link to the farmers, the local farmers. There's a link to the environment. And of course, we also try to produce in the flagship new products with also additional applications. On the next slide, second and last example from Italy, the first to run. This is a project which is done in Sardinia. Sardinia, I mean, and the objective is to convert underutilized oil crops, cardoon, in marginal lands at regional level into bio-based products. There too, an old, let's say, a production plant, abandoned petrochemical production plant is transformed into a bio-based plant. The farmer starts to grow cardoon at the regional level, and they try to develop new plastics, cosmetics, lubricants, fertilizers, and of course at regional level also develop jobs. On the next slide, there are many more projects, many more examples. I will not go into detail. This is an overview of all the demos and the flagships that are supported by this public-private partnership. You can have an overview on the website of the BBI. On the next slide, I just want to make the final, let's say, comment. And this is indeed, how can we involve more the regions, which is also the topic of today. I think the regions have a crucial role to play. And with the Commission, we already agreed that if there is a follow-up of the BBI, the so-called CBE, Circular Bio-Based Europe, that the regions will play a bigger role. Why? Because there is an opportunity to valorize local feedstock. Yeah? And the regions have a good connection to, they know what kind of feedstock are available. They can help to set up local value chains. But often you cannot find all the partners that you need, all the investors that you need to set up this local regional value chain. So you need investors from other regions. And this is, in fact, why we have set up within BIC an initiative. We have set up a digital platform with our companies and the regions, and by the way, supported by the Committee of the Regions. And on the next slide, you can see what we have asked our industry members. The industry members put in that platform, of course, what kind of company they have, what they have to offer to the regions, what kind of markets are active in, what kind of feedstocks they use, and the regions can explain what kind of feedstock they have, what kind of waste streams they have, what kind of financial incentives they have to support possible investments. And on the next slide, what we try to do, well, we try to connect regions and bio-based industry. Bio-based industry can have access as a result to alternative sources of finance, for instance, incentives, but will also know what kind of feedstocks are available in the region. Because if you want to set up, if you want to do an investment, you need a feedstock and you need a market. And the regions, again, they can try to attract investments. They can try to attract, let's say, the missing partner in their local value chains. On the next slide, you see where we are today. We have at this moment, I think it's even a bit more already, almost 60 regions active in the platform from North, West, South, and Central and Eastern Europe, and that's very positive. And still new regions are joining, and we are always open. So new regions can always join. You can always contact me later today or this week. And this is one of the elements we want to develop further in hopefully a new partnership. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dirk, for highlighting also the role of regions in this matchmaking between value chains across Europe and the interregional cooperation. But we'll also hear now from one example of such a, let's say, local but also cross-border value chain. And I'd like to hand over the floor now to Lia Voermans. Lia, if you can unmute. Yep.
That's the first thing. You have my slides. Thank you, Jean-Paul.
Yes.
I've been quiet so long. I didn't promise. Good day to all of you, and thank you that I can represent the Limburg region here with the Camelot Circular Hub specific. And I'm quite glad with the discussion that I heard today, because we already alluded that it's quite an endeavor that we are facing together here. The regions play a very important role. I was very glad with the Mr. Bellieu put in this morning that the Community of the Regions underlined the report that she put in. So that's an important one. And we had last week, we had a meeting with the Smart Specialization Strategy platform, and that was an important one too. But we have to be smart on the one hand, and we have to connect on the other hand. So those two platforms have to work together in that phase. And that's very good. That's a very important. We are, with the Camelot Circular Hub, looking for decarbonization on one hand and circularity on the other hand. But that's not the only thing that we do. Limburg region has acknowledged that this transition is very complex, and that's our chemical cluster and innovation cluster. So Camelot and Brightlands Camelot Campus cluster, they are the starting point for the sustainable transition that we seek and that we aim for. And we aim for partnership, we aim for connection, we aim for networks that connect, and to get that change in place, because it's about a multiple transition. It's about an economical and a societal transition. It's about an energy and a raw materials transition, and I can go on in this way because it's very multi-complex. And the key question is how to become and remain, that's very important, that was addressed today also, remain competitive. The chemical industry has to remain competitive in short and longer term. And in the same time, we have to make sure that our region's welfare and well-being grows. So a lot of elements here. And next slide, please. And that's why Limburg, can you get the next slide for me? Yes, thank you. And that's why Limburg has decided to take the lead in putting the sustainable transition as prior number one on the agenda, and has chosen to establish a Europe's first large-scale circular hub. It's about a systemic change, and it's about as a regional solution for the whole lot of endeavors that's coming up for us. It's about upscaling, it's about higher TRLs, it's about the whole territorial value chain, and it's about a lot of stakeholders. Next slide, please. If we want to achieve this, we have to have our regional stakeholders on board first, because otherwise we can do nothing. It's not about companies alone, it's not about the regional governments alone, it's not about the knowledge institutions alone, and it's not about the civilians or customers alone, it's about whole working together. This is a value chain approach also, and we have to help each other. And in Limburg region, the Camelot Circular Hub, they feel the sense of urgency. We feel the sense of urgency to work together. From this multi-system, triple helix system on, we came together last year and worked for a year now together to get all the representatives of the governments, knowledge institutions and research institutions and the process industries together. And you see some of those names. It's expanding by the day. And we came up with a focus, next slide please, within the Camelot Circular Hub. And we see that if we want to see the regional solutions about scaling up, as just said, about new innovative technologies, about the territorial value chains, about new use of feedstock and energy demands, we need to work together as one in this Camelot Circular Hub. And so the Camelot Industrial Park, we see it as the epicenter of the circular chemistry industry here. Brightlands Camelot Campus as a hotspot for the circular solutions and innovations. And we have a human capital agenda within the Camelot Circular Hub as a vehicle of that captivates and attracts and trains talents on all levels. And we look at the circular society as an enabler towards a healthy living environment. So smart solutions and smart data that we achieve, and we want to cross-border work together with our partners, with other chemical clusters, with other regions to exchange the knowledge and the experience that we have. Next slide, please. And Camelot Circle Hub is in a pole position. We have, it's not new what's coming up on this agenda. We are working a lot of years in this way. We have an unique connection of an industrial park. It's a park of 800 hectares with 60 different international companies there. And we have an innovation campus, as I said, with a lot of startups, pilots, and demo plans already. And we work together and we are on our way. Next slide, please. We have a couple of success factors already in place. We are a self-containing economic industrial ecosystem with the most productive industrial site in the Netherlands for full-scale industrial urban symbiosis and circularity. And it's all, of course, our aim is getting the footprint, the CO2 footprint down, the decarbonization. That's our main goal that we are facing here together. And we have that capability in scaling up and debottlenecking these processes. We have that on site and in the innovation campus. We have the know-how to bring together all relevant stakeholders, technologies, infrastructures, tools, and we have the necessary instruments for their incubation and implementation. And we have the research knowledge entities on chemical processes and material engineering on site, such as Brightens Materials Center, Brightsite, and the AGE Maastricht Institute on Bio-based Materials. And we are used to getting transitions done. We have a tradition in transitions. It's not new for us. We have been doing this for years. We are used to transforming from coal mining to naphtha to a specialization in ammonia to this new sustainability transition. Always with a focus on upscaling from lab technology to industrial commercial processes, higher TRL levels. And last but not least, very important for this discussion today, we have the geographical position. We are in the midst of the ARA cluster, the Antwerp, Rotterdam, Ruhr-Rhine area, the largest chemical cluster in the world, as Mark van Doorn said earlier. And it's not only because this location, the geographic location is favorable for the sales market, but also because of the fact many people live here. And if we are going to replace naphtha with plastic waste and biomass, for instance, we need waste and biomass from about 20 million households. So that's a large amount that we need. But it's not only for the feedstock reasons that it's positive that we are a region without borders. We work together with industrial clusters cross borders already. As a chair of the innovation table for the trilateral strategy, for instance. Together, we work with the ministers of economic affairs from the Netherlands, Flanders and North Rhine-Westphalia, and the branches in that trilateral strategy cooperation. And we built, as chair for the innovation table, Brightens Camelot Campus is chair of that innovation table, we built consortia around demand-driven themes, industry in the lead. So, for instance, the electricity theme, we have built the Cracker of the Future consortium with large industry companies. The hydrogen consortium, where Mark van Doorn was talking about earlier. These consortia are all part of our Camelot Circular Hub ecosystem, and we want to connect with other regions to build that technology up and to get the sustainable transition in place. Next slide, please. And how are we going to make circularity work? We go from the chemical cluster and innovation cluster on chemical circular hub. We work from linear processes to new circular processes, the new green chemistry. By closing the loops through innovative chemistry, we're just talking about. By developing new chemical building blocks, from natural gas and naphtha as a source of energy and raw materials to electricity as an energy source and plastic residual streams and biomass as raw materials. By continuation of the current earning models, by expansion of the business model upstream and downstream, and by broadening of our earning models and knowledge valorization, new training courses, new competences development, etc., etc. It's an extremely complicated transition, as I said earlier before. It's about our chemical cluster, innovation cluster, and the region together. And we need new infrastructure concepts. We need to attract new talents in this to get this transition in shape. And we need to include the citizens' role in this process. So our ecosystem, the connection to the governments, connection to the industries, connection to the research centers, it goes much further than just chemistry and materials. It's about involving the civilians, consumers, and continuous learning pathways, being flexible and agile. It's about trust and feeling the sense of urgency, and bring together in practice to achieve the transformation to a healthy and pleasant living environment. Last slide, please. And our ecosystem that is in place will help us to achieve this and to achieve the target of the greenhouse emissions. We are focused on knowledge sharing, as I said. Our concept must be copyable and scalable. We want to exchange with other regions in the European Union. We want to help each other. And in short, with the Chemical Circular Hub, we want to guide our companies, our cluster regions through this transition. And we have some challenges, as you see here. I will leave them open for discussion on the panel. Jean-Paul, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Leah. And your call for cooperation has already been heard. You have a question there from a colleague in Brindisi, Italy, that I think you can answer in the chat and maybe get in touch with him.
Yeah.
And I would also be keen to know if Camelot is any way associated with King Arthur's Camelot. But anyway, that will be for another panel discussion one day.
Yeah.
I would like to maybe go to Thijs, because one of the challenges that you mentioned is indeed the flow of materials, right? So for the bioeconomy, for the circular economy, we have to deal with waste, and sometimes borders can be a problem. Thijs, have you identified borders as possible problems in the transport of waste, and that this can maybe prevent these bioeconomy, circular economy value chains from developing, and how regions can maybe help to overcome some of these problems?
Yes, I think there are three things important. First of all, we have to avoid waste. One of my opinions is there is no waste. There are only resources. Just don't call it waste anymore. Therefore, one of my things in opinion is that I say there should be a target on absolute waste generation per capita, and also for waste prevention targets for business and industry. So this is that we can avoid waste. That's the first one. The second one is that when we call about waste, we have to help each other in Europe. In some countries or regions, they're using landfill, and we must get rid of that landfill. So sometimes we have to transport with waste to help each other in the transition phase. Why build new incinerators when we have enough in Europe? So that's for a transition phase. And the third one is when we don't talk about waste, but about materials and resources. It's very important to have insight in the flows of these materials, so we can know where they are and how we can use them. I think these are my three remarks on this point.
Okay, maybe towards Dirk, because I know that there is this concept of end of waste. Is this still something that these value chains are pushing very much, or is it rather a question of, as Thijs says, let's not talk about waste at all anymore, and let's talk about resources and materials? You should unmute your... Yeah, perfect.
No, indeed, this is important, and I fully agree, first of all, with Thijs. The first thing is we have to avoid waste. But the second element is we have to collect waste if there is waste. We just did a study with Zero Waste Europe, and we have seen that less than 60% of the available bio-waste is collected. And some regions, by the way, have a better collection system than others. So some regions can learn from other regions. So how can we collect the waste that is available and use it as input in the bio-based industry? This is also an important element. I would say also third element is how can we transport waste from one region to another? And that's another discussion that I think there we need, as already explained also by Leah, we need cross-border legislation, also, let's say, supported by Europe. But on the other hand, I would say at the end of the value chain, we came from the linear value chains, where we use, for instance, the carbohydrates or the linear cellulose to make a chemical product or a material. But what we see today is that we try to valorize all components of the feedstock, or the side streams, or the bio-waste. That means we can use the carbohydrates to make certain chemicals, but we can use the oils in the waste or to make oleochemicals. But also we can use the protein again, and the proteins that can be used again as food and feed. And so we go more from this, I would say, linear value chains, bio-based value chains, towards these bio-based ecosystems. And I would say where you have different industries collaborating, chemical, but even food and feeds and whatever. And the whole ecosystem should be then zero waste. And that is really the aim. That is a completely new business model, but interactions, creating synergies in an ecosystem with different industries that are not used to work together. This is really the business model we have to go for the future.
And Leah, in the cross-border element of your partnership, do you see these regulatory challenges as barriers, and have you been able to overcome them?
Yeah, there's legislation problems are there for years, so we can say amongst each other here that we don't need to mention waste as a word, but the legislation is still there. It's not acknowledged as a new feedstock, so that's very important to address here, and we face those problems.
And from DG Research perspective, I mean, you're investing a lot of money into these research projects. Are you also then connecting back with other directorates on the legislative part? Are these projects helping to rethink possibly the way the regulation is built?
Certainly we do, and I also worked at DG Environment for 6 years in the waste unit, and I know that the conservative approach that something is waste, if you either want to get rid of it or need to get rid of it for some bigger reason, this won't change, and I think this won't change for a reason, because the waste regime is also the only approach how we can get our hands on the material. But I see, of course, the problem, and I already saw that when I worked at DG Environment. But it's not that waste shipments are illegal just because it's waste. And I'm very much in favor of waste prevention, but I don't want to see waste prevention just by giving it a different name. And so I'm torn. I'm somewhere in the middle, because I really saw the problems, and I see that lots of people in industry perceive it as a barrier. I don't know how strong a barrier it really is. Because as I said, I mean, waste shipments are still viable. They are not illegal. But I also wanted to comment on, but I must say the influence of VGRTD on these legislative decisions. I mean, the influence is increasing, but it's still minor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But maybe more and more we have these feedback loops between traditional legislation policy and research policy.
Yeah.
But I want to comment on the thing with the targets, because I'm really reluctant. I really don't want to see new targets. I mean, every time we introduce new targets, hooray, after the trilogues, new targets again in the waste legislation. But then there is no enforcement, and member states laugh at us if we just introduce new targets, and then you have 15 different ways of calculating it, how you can cheat with these targets, and then there's no enforcement, and infringement cases take ages. I don't know. I don't think targets are the solution.
It's not just targets, but they do probably play a role to create this market pull. And we spoke about
I seriously doubt it. What could be targets would be rather than prevention, because prevention is really, it's not tangible. How do you calculate prevention? But maybe an advanced version or a simpler version of this, targets for recycled content or for bio-based content in products.
Yeah.
Under sort of an eco-design regime, material criteria, in addition to energy-related criteria.
But what's interesting is maybe to explore the notion of targets set by industry or sectors themselves. And you yourself mentioned the role of retailers, for instance, in some of these projects that don't always take part. Dirk, you also mentioned that there are an increasing number of brands and the market is pulling more. How do you see that move and the role of targets there in driving further investments and innovation to the market?
First of all, I think for our industry, it's important that there is a market and so that there's awareness and a kind of consumer behavior that has open arms towards bio-based products. But of course, it's not easy. It's not easy to communicate what is a bio-based product compared to a chemical product and what are the advantages. On the other hand, we see that there's a growing awareness, especially with young people. There's a link to climate change. There's more willingness, let's say, to buy more sustainable products. And on the other hand, of course, the brand owners, and that's also for marketing reasons, they try to fill up that gap. And I think that this is an important element. You can have targets, like in the biofuels area, or mandatory targets. But I think the best way to go is to involve more the brand owners and to make the link to the consumers, because brand owners, they know how to explain why a product is more sustainable. They even want, let's say, to pay for a certain moment while introducing this product into the market. They want to pay the premium, I would say. And I think we have to make a better link, that was already mentioned, also to climate change, to bio-based product and climate change. If we talk about climate change today, and we look at the policies at European level, it's always focusing on renewable energy. So how can we bring bio-based products, bio-based materials? How can we make a link to climate change? Of course, we have to measure it in the projects, but how can we also bring that under the umbrella of, let's say, the climate change policy? I think that's also an important element, because that can also be an incentive to enter the market.
Okay, thanks. Leah, do you have? Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm back again. I was thrown out, so I'm sorry. This is a very important discussion, because the industry, they have to take the leading role here. And the industry is facing one other problem, not only about legislation, but also about the CO2 emissions and the charts that they get. Because the Scope 3 discussion, I think we know about that discussion. If they want to help, they want to transform, they want to invest private, but if they use the new feedstock, as we call it from now on, materials and resource feedstock, if they're going to use it, they are not getting the positive check on the CO2 emissions. I will call them the waste companies get that positive reduction, and not the the industry itself. They are not getting that positive reduction on their CO2 footprint. So that's not helping too. Those two important ones, so coal waste, see it as a new feedstock and organize the legislation on that. And the second one, look at the positive reduction of the CO2 for the chemical industry itself. We're only looking at the chimney now and not on the upstream side. So that's an important one to get the industry on board with us.
In a way, it reminds me a little bit of the challenges in sort of municipal waste collection. The fact that the targets are set mostly where the waste is actually collected and not necessarily where it's being recycled or taken up into new products. So, who is responsible in the end for achieving the targets? You know, Thaisa, maybe a comment on that, on this market pull and the incentive of being responsible for meeting a target in the end, and how important that is to drive also investments and innovation.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. As a politician, for me, the overall target is the most important. In my opinion, I also said it was on circular economy, and one of the most important targets on circular economy is to link it to the CO2 reduction. And I see a lot of discussions. Was it done by me, or was it done by him, or was it done by her? And I can understand it, because it's important for your motivation. But what I see is we don't take everything apart. We need targets. We need innovation. We need awareness, and it's a holistic approach we are on. And I'm very happy to hear also from the industry that they say it's about climate. It's about climate change. It's about tackling the climate crisis, and I think that's the most important thing. But what I'm a little bit afraid of, we're going in a lot of bureaucracy from who is from who is the target. So
I don't underline your statement, because I underline the holistic approach. Very important. That's the way we work. And that's very important, but it's not only bureaucratic, it's about investments being done in Europe, because it's not only motivation. If we can't get the industry in track here and in the lead and motivated to invest, then they go and to invest somewhere else, and that's not going to be Europe. So that scope 3 discussion, it's very important to make the investment decision here in Europe for the chemical industry. It's very important. Yeah.
So holistic, targeted. Dirk, a final comment, please.
Well, I can only agree with Leah. So I think just to give you an example, I mean, also for industry, to be convincing and to be credible towards the outside world, we made, for instance, a project, some guidelines on how to measure the impact of projects and investments by the bio-based industry towards SDGs. So it's always easy to say it's good for SDG 1, 5, and 6 and for climate, but we have to measure it, and we need some guidelines. And I think industry needs some credibility towards the outside world, towards the consumers. But on the other hand, as Leah also said, as an industry, if you want to invest, you need a market. You need a regulation that is stable, by the way, and that is also promoting these products if you do an investment to develop it and to produce it in Europe. And I think we have to look to all these elements, indeed.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Hans Christian. Maybe a final plea to the regions to get involved in the research programs and projects. A 30-second plea to the regions.
Well, maybe just 10 seconds. I mean, I think we will involve them, and this is, we identified the problem and we are aware of that, and this will be a key part of all upcoming research and innovation activities. And I also had prepared a few lines on CBE, but then I saw the participants list, I skipped it. But I think CBE would be even much more sustainable and much more holistic than BBI was. So I'm very optimistic about this.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, our time is up and we have a third panel on the way, but I would like to thank very much Thaisa, Leah, Dirk, and Hans Christian for their time, their insights.
You're welcome.
Somewhere between holistic and targeted, probably the regions have a role to play, right? So thank you very much.
But probably they have to play the
role. Okay. Regions will have their role to play. Yeah. Okay, thanks for that. We will now move to our third panel. Our third panel will be dealing with the chemicals strategy, with a focus on chemical recycling and innovative solutions to halt plastic waste. I am joined for this third panel by Elena Montani. She works at the Sustainable Chemicals Unit of DG Environment at the European Commission. Jürgen Tiedje, who is head of unit at the Sustainable Industry Systems Unit at DG Research, also European Commission. We have Thomas Klepka, who is representing the chemical cluster Green Chemistry, and he is professor at Lublin University of Technology. We have Henk Pol, who is innovation manager at Cefic. And we have Josse Kunst, who is Director of Chemical Recycling at Cure Technology. So welcome to you all, and thank you for being with us. So we will hear from the five of you with some introductory presentations, and then I hope to have some 20-25 minutes of discussion with you as well. So first we will kick off with the broad picture, the overview of the EU Chemical Strategy for Sustainability that was released. Was it last week or the week before? I forget now. Elena, over to you.
Hello, good morning, everybody, and thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be here. The strategy was released on the 14th of October. I think I will never forget that date. So it's very fresh, and it's a pleasure to be able to present it to such an interesting audience. I followed the discussion until now, and I will try also to react already to some of the things that were said until now. So if to move, yeah, not sure how to gain full control of this.
In which case we will help you.
Yeah, so please maybe let's move to the next slide so that we don't lose time in technicalities. Okay, so here a few facts on chemicals, but I don't think I need to go too deep on this because you know very much that chemicals represent an important socioeconomic value in terms of jobs that they create, that the chemicals and the value chains create, in terms of how important chemicals are for a large part of the value chain industry and the manufacturing, but also to reach the goals of the Green Deals, in particular climate neutrality and circular economy, so the technologies that we will need more and more in the future. At the same time, we cannot hide that hazardous chemicals pose harm to people and the planet, and we have increasing concerns from citizens on the impact of chemicals on their daily life, but also on the environment. We never had such a high score in the Eurostat survey that we had until now. So now we are close to 90% for both figures. And we have increasing evidence from scientists of the harm that chemicals pose on health and environment. So one thing that I didn't hear this morning, there was a lot of talking about the COVID-19 crisis and the impact on the socioeconomic effects, but chemicals also influence what we had in terms of health effect of COVID-19. There are some chemicals which impact our immune system or our respiratory system. So the people who are already more vulnerable in this sense, we know that they had an increasing effect from the virus. And there are also chemicals like persistent chemicals which are used in cosmetics products or food contact materials or in other large parts of our daily products. And those chemicals even reduce our capacity to respond to vaccines. This was an assessment done by our European agency, EFSA. So we cannot hide our hand behind the importance of the socioeconomic importance of chemicals. We need urgently to address more efficiently also the effect that chemicals have on health and environment. If you move to the next slide, please. So the chemical strategy was announced under the European Green Deal. And of course, we are not building from scratch. It's not that we come to the Green Deal all of a sudden with the idea of a strategy. We are building on a big framework of legislation. We have over 40 pieces of legislation which deal with the way we assess and regulate chemicals horizontally, but also in products or the releases of the environment. So we are building on a very advanced framework, and we recognize also in the strategy that this framework is probably the most protective in the world for the safety of health and environment. So it has achieved a lot in terms of reducing the risks of chemicals and also in achieving a single market for chemicals. But at the same time, and this is the beauty in a sense of the Green Deal, that it proposes a vision which is sustained on 3 legs. So I heard a lot about 2 of those legs in the past discussions, but I didn't hear anything about the 3rd leg, which is a little bit of a pity because chemicals are a very important part of this 3rd leg. And this is why now I will try to introduce these 3 legs. So the Green Deal has these 3 pillars to show how we have to move to a sustainable economy. It's climate neutrality, of course, circular economy, so better use of resources, but it also has the ambition to go towards a zero pollution Europe and a toxic-free environment. And these 3 legs are intertwined, so we cannot do one without the other. We cannot hope to achieve a good use of resources, but at the same time have trade-offs on emissions in terms of neutrality. And this is also why we really badly need to start introducing these 3 legs in our discussions. And this is a plea to all of you to start doing that. So sustainability is not only about climate emissions or resource use, it's also about health. Health is a priority. This was said very clearly by our Vice President Timmermans when we cannot sacrifice health on the altar of economic growth. So toxic-free environment is one very important aspect that it needs to be more integrated in all those discussions that we're doing on how the chemicals industry and the value chains needs to transition in a green and sustainable way. If we move to the next slide, please. So the strategy is really an attempt to introduce a long-term vision. We really tried to make an effort to give a policy direction up to 2030 and beyond. 2030 is also the target year for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So we need to align to the visions which are holistic and what sustainability means for our economy and society. The last strategic document that we had on chemicals was almost 20 years ago by the European Commission. It was a very important document because it opened the way to the main horizontal legislation that we have of chemicals, which was a real revolution for Europe, which was REACH and CLP, and which was a clear success. And thanks also to all the efforts done by the chemicals industry, by all the industry, by all stakeholders in making it a very successful framework. Now, after 20 years, we know very well where our gaps are and where we need to urgently act, also to respond to what scientists are really pointing at. And we need a new vision. We need a vision where basically chemicals are produced and used in a way that maximizes their benefits to society. So we do not want to lose the benefits that they bring in socioeconomic terms, but at the same time, we need to become more preventive. We need to avoid harm to people and the planet. And this is what we try to summarize in this, what we call internally the reverse pyramid. So we need to reverse the logic. We cannot eliminate and remediate when the damage has already occurred. We have to start producing safe and sustainable chemicals. And we have to minimize and control all the hazardous chemicals which are on the market. So we call for a vision where all chemicals are used safely and sustainable. We are perfectly aware that there are some chemicals which are very hazardous, which need to be on the market, which need to be used and can be used in control loops and in industrial applications. But we need to be able to better control this. But at the same time, we have the second layer, substances of concern. Those are the chemicals which cause effects for life on health and environment. We find those chemicals in babies, in fetuses. This is something we need to start changing. We need to start deprioritizing these chemicals or minimizing. We have to reduce as much as possible the risks to people and the planet. And then the third leg is the most harmful chemicals, which is the chemicals where we have most evidence and where we urgently need to act. And this is why the chemical strategy proposes to basically ban those chemicals in consumer products, and for the most vulnerable, we are talking, for example, about children and childcare articles. And those are the chemicals which produce an effect for the endocrine system. So this is very important for the development of children, or for the immune and respiratory system, or chemicals which are persistent to the environment. So this is the big change we are proposing, to become really preventive on those chemicals. Next slide, please. The strategy is built on 5 building blocks, which are a bit artificial in the sense that, of course, they interlink to each other. But basically, we have a strong call and actions to support innovation and competitiveness, but also recovery and the open strategic autonomies. We know that there are chemicals which are very much needed for Europe in order to innovate and in order to produce. And also those are chemicals in some cases which are very important to protect our health, because they are used maybe for pharmaceuticals or for medical devices. We need to be more strategic in being able to have this chemical, to have availability of those chemicals, even if they are produced outside Europe. We need to strengthen legislation, and we need to be able to go a step further and build on what we have done already, but make it stronger in order to become more preventive, especially for the most harmful chemicals, but also issues like chemical mixtures. So the fact that different chemicals used in different products to which we are exposed daily have on us and the environment. We have chemicals in our furniture, in our paints, in our food, in our shampoo. The effect of those chemicals needs to be really tackled through our legislation, which is more focused on single substances at the moment. But we also want to simplify our framework and make it more coherent. So we have also a number of actions which really try to simplify the regulatory process and ensure predictability to all the actors. And especially we will launch one substance, one assessment process to try to really streamline those processes. And we want to strengthen the enforcement. So this is where we really want to consolidate our system. We have legislation, but the legislation is not properly enforced. And there are important problems, especially regarding the imports of products and materials, and also online sales, and these need to be tackled urgently. And then we have very important actions on knowledge and science. We need better knowledge, we need to link better the science to regulatory action, but also to be more ambitious globally. I don't go in the details because I know I need to be strong, to be very fast for this presentation. But if we go to the next slide, I try to give you a little bit of a vision of what of the issues which are more related to the topic for today, which is closing the loop. So the interface also with the circular economy topic, and I tried to categorize those into columns. So we have a number of actions which aim to strengthen legislation in this sense, and a number of actions which try to boost innovation. Basically, our broad goal is to move towards safe and sustainable by design chemicals. So chemicals, but also materials, which are of course made of chemicals, which are inherently safe and sustainable from the design, the production phase, and through their entire life cycle. This is the whole logic. It was already a logic enshrined in the circular economy. It's the logic that was mentioned also by my colleague of life cycle sustainability. I think I heard before something like carbon environmental footprint. Here we are talking really about an environmental footprint which goes, as I said, not only on carbon, but on the whole environmental impact. So in terms of legislation, we have in line also with the Circular Economy Action Plan, a call to go towards non-toxic material cycles. So we need to be able to reuse and recycle materials in a way which is safe and sustainable. So, and I stress safe because it's not only in terms of safe research impact, it's also in terms of having recycled materials which do not contain, in particularly, what we call substances of concern. So we need to minimize the substances from the beginning, but until the end, and we need, and on this it will be crucial, the upcoming legislation on sustainable products. We need to prevent what I said, the most harmful chemicals in consumer products. I already mentioned this. And for all these discussions, the concept of essential uses is really important in the strategy. So we, as I said, we know that very harmful chemicals need to be used, but there can be the exceptions that we can grant should be based on the concept of what is essential for society.
Maybe to gradually get to the conclusion, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Then I move on. We need more information on chemical properties and use, and the strategy is calling for more information requirements for low tonnage chemicals, for example, but also the way the chemicals are used, of which we know very little. And then at the same time, we need to accompany the regulatory part with boosting innovation. So we will establish a research and innovation agenda for chemicals, which is a bit spread here and there for the moment. But the most important actions are also to promote the concept of safe and sustainable by design through establishing clear criteria of what this means, but also support network and fundings, and also promoting right skills. Then innovation is also on greening the full life cycle of chemicals. So this means also clean the production of chemicals, but also change business models to become more sustainable. And what is interesting today is on waste decontamination solutions, which are very needed, especially in the transition. IT solutions are needed to check substances of concern, and we need to know more on the human and environmental impact. So we need biomonitoring of humans and the environment to know where chemicals end up to. And then just a short, quick look at the last slide to say one thing about the process which we're putting in place. We know that this strategy will be successful only if we do it together, and that's why we propose a high-level roundtable together with all relevant actors, industry, science, civil society, social partners, to accompany this process and to move towards safe and sustainable chemicals effectively together. We have a big list of actions which are listed in an annex that you can see, and some of those actions will require legal proposals, which will be done together also with the relevant actors and based not only on science but on extensive consultation processes. And thanks a lot, and sorry for being a bit long.
Okay, thanks, Elena. It's true that we already thought we had quite a bunch of challenges to go climate neutral and circular, and now you've added a three-legged race to our problem with the safety. Although I'm sure that safety was addressed already very much, as you mentioned. Europe has already a very strong regulatory framework on that. But you also talked about innovation, and we've spoken before about coordinated policies. So now we'll go straight to DG Research with Jürgen Tiedje. Over to you. Jürgen, just to make sure that you're unmuted.
Hey.
There we are. Yeah, unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay,
yes.
Many thanks. Good morning, Jean-Paul. Many thanks for the invitation to speak. So I'm happy to add on the building block innovation, which Elena has just set out. So I presented a few slides. So I will be now like a bird taking through Horizon Europe, and try to go down a little bit here and there and give you appetizers why the subject of this session is also highly relevant for Horizon Europe. So a few thoughts, first of all, on the relevance of Horizon Europe and how we want to do it differently compared to Horizon 2020. We will be much less technology driven, we'll be much more impact driven. So what would we like to see in terms of innovation coming out by 2030? So what Elena has said is would like to be much more result driven. We're using various instruments in this regard. One is, and that's what I will present to you, is a classical one. This is work programs to which people can subscribe. These are 6 clusters in Pillar 2. We have also other instruments called missions, highly relevant if you think about a mission on oceans and plastics, or about do we have healthy soils, yes or no. So there is a lot going on. Now, Elena said it's a bit spread. Yeah, it's quite focused, but I'm happy to help here. On chemicals, you have here 6 clusters. Which of them are relevant for the debate? First, of course, you have health, which brings you to chemical risk assessment. So here even a kind of partnership should be set up with national authorities and industry to focus more and to bring things forward. You have had already the bioeconomy, which is in the 6th cluster. Myself, I'm sitting in the world of the industry. So the chemical industry, who is facing huge challenges in terms of circular economy, climate is sitting also here, and we have to work across these 6 clusters. We are working very actively now on the work programs. I would have loved to show you already first details, but we are not yet there. We hope that by the first quarter of next year, now the work programs will be out. Can we go to the next slide? Nevertheless, I would like to give you some appetizers. One is, of course, we are working with the chemical sector together with other energy-intensive industries in a partnership. What is a partnership under Horizon Europe? Okay, you get a roadmap from the industry, a roadmap where they see their research needs and innovation needs for the next years. And these needs now should also be topped up by what we call additionality. What are the additional investments? What are the additional efforts made by companies in addition to what we could do, putting this roadmap into a work program? And this additionality is normally done by key performance indicators. And I think for you important to know is when it comes to the chemical sector, climate neutrality will be also their top priority. These industries, the chemicals belong to in energy intensive industries, face long investment cycles. So either by 2030, we have all the demonstrators and all the technologies in place so that these industries can become climate neutral by 2050, or we fail, because the investment cycles are very long. This matters quite a lot for the chemical strategy. We would like to give also a stronger push to circularity. On circularity means full circularity, but of course not of hazardous substances. That needs to be eliminated upfront. And here my colleagues on the materials side are working on a concept which they consider as sustainable by design. How do we design actual materials? How do we design products? We should realize that, I would say, the environmental footprint of a product, when does it get designed? 80% of the products at the beginning. And not at the moment we think everything needs to be recycled. So a lot is actually designed at the very beginning. And they're working on an agenda called Sustainable by Design for materials, for new materials, also relevant here for the chemical strategy, quite important. Here you have a partnership is focusing on production technologies. So we would like, also in the light of the COVID-19 crisis, push these partnerships to think much more in terms of circularity. Circularity when it comes to waste streams, when it comes to energy, when it comes to water. So polluted water, can it be reused for industrial purposes? Yes or no? All this is the context which I would like to put on the agenda, because this is the chemical sector we'd like to push to go towards this way. Last slide. Could we go to the next slide? Thank you. Now, one idea, and I'm interested to get the discussion going, which we have, is that we no longer fund new demos, new industrial plants, but circularity hubs, because we have many regions in Europe. Let's take steel. You have 500 sites in Europe, all over. Or the chemicals, you have also many sites and regions. what can we do to reform them? What can we do them actually to overhaul them? What can we do to modernize them? And can we bring them actually working together with the regions in terms of having a circular flow? We call it industrial symbiosis. Now we'd like to move from industrial to industrial urban symbiosis, because we see a big opportunity for creating many more synergies. On the one hand, you can actually set an incentive for industries to stay in Europe. They should engage much more with regions in this regard when it comes to material flows, energy flows, water flows, and have much more interaction here. That's a project on which we're currently working. So this is a kind of appetizer. Hubs for circularity is something interesting maybe for the regions, which I would like to throw at you, Jean-Paul. We're working on it. It's not yet set in stone. Lots of discussions going on with industries, and we would be happy also to engage more with regions on this concept. Because if we get this moving, also the world of hazardous substances, plastics, could be much more strengthened. I don't want to play down that we are not focusing on plastics. Under Horizon 2020, we have invested more than 300 million euros in terms of projects on plastics. Chemical recycling way high on the agenda, but I'm sure the discussion will allow us to come to this. So that brings me to my last slide. So which is very simple to say thank you for the invitation again. Happy to discuss later on the upcoming questions. Thanks a lot, Jean-Paul.
Okay, thank you, Jürgen, for the openness to share your ideas at an early stage. And indeed, we will be focusing a lot more now on circularity. I would like to travel to Poland to hear from Thomas Klepka and this, what to do with plastic waste. I mean, there is a lot. There are some solutions out there: mechanical recycling, chemical recycling. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the projects that you're working on in Poland? Thomas, over to you.
Hello for everybody. Thank you very much for invitation for this meeting and during the conference. I have a very short presentation about the chemical recycling and modern recycling in the way of the engineers. I am the engineering working in the technology and polymer processing Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, Lublin, University of Lublin, and we have cooperate with the this. When I make a share for myself, or you make?
You should have control, but we can do it for you if you like.
Okay. Introduction: the West Pomeranian chemical cluster, what we working together, and another life cycle of the polymers, plastic chemical recycling, conclusion, and other ways of recycling plastics. I think we will be time to talk about in discussion part of the conference. And please. Next presentation slides. The association of the West Pomeranian cluster is a very big cluster in Poland. It's a main cluster on the west of Poland, and we have a distance about 60 kilometers from each other, but it's close cooperation with the chemistry and polymer processing. It's better when I make alone. The Green Cluster Chemistry, it's established in 2017 in Poland. Is many members, large enterprises, also 106 small and business factories, of course, scientific institution and local government units. You will see, remote control, take a control. Okay, when I get the control, it's better.
If you click on your screen once, then you should be able to click through.
It's not working. Okay, maybe you will take a control again. The potential of the cluster is biotechnology, packing, energy and material recovery, and some projects, 14 international, 24 national project. You can see some diagrams on this place. It's many subjects, and we're working also with the chemical technology. I don't know why it's not working quickly. You can go to next slide. And develop needs to the cluster, obtaining, founding the cluster activities related to bilateral meetings, economics, mission, exchange of experience. It's very important because the experience between the scientists and the workers which working with the different firms, it's very good to make some improves in innovation technology. Okay, please next. Of course, the International Scientific and Economic Forums is a very good place to meet together, but during this time, it's only can by internet, and I think it's also a very good way to change the information between scientists and workers, but the workers have to start to learn about it. Because the meeting together face-to-face is better to make some new products and new cooperation with many kinds of subjects. Please, next one. And when we're talking about the chemical recycling, in a like engineer way, it's a very important question, and a number of technology compressed in the wet of commonly referred to chemical recycling can be divided into 3 different categories depending on the level of the composition of the plastics. The solvent-based purification with the composite plastic back to the polymer stage, chemical depolymerization which turns the plastic back into their monomers via, for example, the chemical reaction, thermal depolymerization, pyrolysis and gasification, which is some cases can be considered in the chemical recycling by cracking the polymers back into monomers and further down into hydrocarbons. But thermal depolymerization technology can also produce fuels. A route, in this case, is not longer but considered from the recycling. When we see on the picture number 1, the life cycle of polymers, we think about to make some good materials, good products, and start to thinking about the post-consumer waste. And the one of this is landfills, when waiting for the new technology, new way of technology, and recovery energy during the new and typical products. Please, next. And normally polymers, plastics is the Zero Waste Europe is working very good, but we think the chemical recycling is very important in the future. But also the chemical recycling has advantages and disadvantages, and we start to talking about the engineering part of you. Please, next. When we making the new products, we're thinking about, for example, bottles for PVT, and we think not only the polymer sorting, cleaning, and also what will be in the future. For example, when we have a good technology, we can change the bottle for the new product, like, for example, from recycled PVT products, but typical recycling. Next, please. The advantages of chemical recycling. Currently, approximately 30% of plastic package waste from household and business is recycled mechanically. But we can only put 10–15% this kind of recycling product to a virgin product. Current techniques and installation are not capable of recycling all types of plastic packing. Sometimes the packing is made of 7 layers. The different layers is different temperature to processing. It's a very difficult problem. But chemical recycling can help prevent plastic waste from the ending and it indicators on landfills when it's possible suitable for mechanical recycling. We're working about mechanical recycling, and I think is a post way to get the good quality product we expected. Example of advantages of chemical recycling over mechanical recycling are additives, fragrance, and these can be separated from the packing materials. Combined materials and plastics in the packing can be separated from each other. It offers more possibilities for the application of recycled in package in the food sectors. Please, next. But disadvantages of chemical recycling are. Chemical recycling installations are a very expensive investment. Barriers and specific regulation in the protection of the natural environment do not encourage multiplicity in industrial regions to opt for this type of recycling. For example, recycling only takes place when the output product is refused as a raw materials in the manufacturing industry and not when the product from chemical processing is used in energy or fuel. Another disadvantage is that the waste flows required for chemical recycling must be cleaner than previously thought, especially the techniques with high CO2 reduce also place higher demands of the quality of the waste. Many new chemical recycling activities work perfectly on a laboratory scale, within clean materials as input. However, practical tests with contaminated and difficult of mechanical recycling waste streams aren't always successful, and the described cleaner input streams already unfortunately manage to find themselves cleaned elsewhere. Furthermore, chemical recycling is often cost-intensive due to the pre-treatment, the amount of energy required, and chemical catalysis needed. Chemical recycling can help reduce the proportion of plastic waste which ends up in landfill or in Queensland. With chemical recycling, fossil reduce of chemical production can be replaced with recycling material from plastic waste. Plastic waste is transmitted into secondary raw materials, such as pyrolysis, oil, or monomers. The recycling raw materials can be used in the production of new plastics. Also, the chemical recycling complements the current approach to recycling and has the potential to change the environmental situation by processing polymer waste, what is currently difficult to recycle. The investment in the development of chemical recycling technologies and infrastructure are expected to create new jobs and protect new environments when reducing CO2 emission to increase by Union Europe over recycling capacity. Other ways of recycling plastic case study. During discussion, I can explain a little more about it if we have time, but currently mechanical recycling plays an indispensable role in the recovery of polymeric material from waste. The quality of polymers or granulate obtained as a result of mechanical recycling is closely related to the precision of the segregation of plastic waste. Its effectiveness varies drastically in different countries, which is related in the application laws and regulations. In Poland, the percentage of the recycled plastic increases every year, but the situation is not as good as is the case of the countries. PET bottles can only be reduced in a few shops, and additionally, you can show the proof of purchase. The inconvenience of the procedure and the lack of the direct benefits translate into low social motivation, and the current regulations are limited only to separation of plastics from other materials, which is ultimately thrown into the bag together with metal articles.
Maybe, Thomas, we can go into the case studies, yeah, in the discussion. Okay, you're done. Okay.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Thomas. So you've discussed the pros and cons of chemical recycling. I'll just put you on mute. Sorry, because I hear myself in the echo. And now we have Josse Kunz, who's actually investing in chemical recycling. So I'd be interested to hear from you what you think of this technology and how useful it can be on the market. So Josse, over to you.
Yes, absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Jean-Paul, for inviting me, and happy to give an entrepreneur's view on circular economy, specifically for polyester, but also bringing it a little bit forward to some of the topics that Elena and Jürgen already mentioned around legislation. So some of the challenges we see. So maybe good to go to the next slide. I'm not sure if I can control it myself. Yeah, I can take control. That should be working. Does it? Yeah. So maybe the world of polyester in one snapshot. What we are trying to achieve at Cure is to create the route to bring it back to virgin quality with the lowest amount of energy that you need. The problem is big or the opportunity is big. That just depends on how you want to look at it. But worldwide, 70 billion kilograms of polyester is made every year, and only about 9% is recycled. And we think that it is really silly, because if you look at the energy that you need to recycle, it is dramatically less than making it out of oil. Yeah, so it is basically what we do to ourselves, because the polymer itself is beautifully reversible. If you look at the graph in the middle, it's our LCA footprint. The green curve is cure. The red curve is making polyester out of oil. What you can see is it only costs us 27% of the energy to make polyester out of waste than it does to make polyester out of oil. So I think we need to crack this code and do it at a large scale. You can see we have a pilot plant on the left, and it's in one of the leading regions, I would say, for polyester, in the province of Drenthe, in the northeast of the Netherlands. And if you look at the next slide, if it's coming up, let's see that hang on, does something happen? Yes. No, I hope it doesn't go to the next slide. Here you see a snapshot of the northern regions of the Netherlands, including, in fact, the north part of Germany, where there is, I would say, a world-class cluster of know-how available for polyester manufacturing. Know-how at university level, at polytechnic level, in Groningen, in Emmen, in Heerenveen, in Leeuwarden. Mechanical recycling, where it fits at industrial level. The owners of Cure Technology both transfer at least 2 million bottles a day back into polyester. Chemical recycling, very active, both in terms of BioBTX in the north as well as Cure. But also, and I think that's a crucial part of the whole discussion, designing for recycling. So taking materials that don't surprise you later, because the whole health discussion I fully endorse, but it's also very important for circular economy, just like Thomas was just mentioning. All these components that are hazardous are often also the ones that are difficult to take out in your recycling. Yeah, so the more simple we design products, the least surprises we have, the more circular we become. So they are very reinforcing these topics. And there's also full-scale chemical production, including very interesting bio-based components being produced in the north. So we see a very strong region coming up, and we are very committed to continue to invest further in polyester in this region. Now let's see if I can move to the next slide. I think I lost control again. Maybe Jean-Paul, you can move one slide.
Yeah, I think we can help you. Yeah.
It's not that many slides, so thank you for your support. This is a challenge where we have a problem, and we like to create some awareness today for that problem. The current regulatory field basically makes it almost impossible to meet the food contact approval situation, which means people don't invest. Let me explain. The existing state of the art is mechanical recycling, where you go from transparent polyester to final transparent polyester again, by just putting in energy, filtering it, and repolymerizing it. Fantastic, very clear regulatory field, partly related to what you put into the process, but also on the quality of the final product. All the way at the bottom is what is generally referred to as chemical recycling, but I prefer to refer to as pyrolysis, breaking down plastics to their monomer, oil or any other monomer, and then building it back up. It is under discussion. What we do at Cure is, in fact, we don't go to the monomer. We break down the polymers to what is called an oligomer, so several monomers in a row, just as much as needed to purify it, and then we repolymerize it. And what we now see is that we are not in any of the books in terms of the technological route. I noticed also in the slides of Thomas, our route is not mentioned. And that means that we basically are currently in a very gray field of legislation, where we feel it is actually pretty simple to come to a solution that is not related to how you come to a certain end product, but based on what the final product is. Maybe Jean-Paul, you can move to the next slide.
Yeah, we'll help you
for that. So basically, our key point is that we are, as industry, of course, absolutely buying into the fact that safety is number one, especially if it relates to food contact packaging. It is crucial. Yeah? At the same time, similar to what the European Union was mentioning and what Jürgen especially was pushing for is innovation and research. And we really think that as Europe, we have a tremendous opportunity to be highly innovative, highly competitive, and also safe. Therefore, our proposal will be that making the registration going forward much more simple and really base it on the end quality of the recyclates, not on how you have come there. And define very clear testing methods to prove that your product is safe. And that makes that you create a level playing field for all the different technologies or creative ideas that engineers can find, but you know that the final product is safe. And we currently are drifting towards a very complicated scheme where it depends on what route you have chosen, rather than what the end result is that you deliver. And for us, it means that investors are cautious to invest because they're not clear whether our product will be accepted, even though it could be perfectly safe. And I think that's an undesired situation. Second point I like to make, I won't divulge on it, but I think the success of the EU directives on having targets for recycled content in packaging is phenomenal. If I see how innovation is stepping up, how big companies are investing, I think it's a fantastic success. Very ambitious targets have been set, but with a timeline that I think is challenging but possible. I think as European Union, I would like to invite the European Union to do the same for non-food packaging related items, because 2/3 of plastic is textile, carpet, or all kind of other industrial applications of plastics. And if the technologies manage to solve the purifications that we all like to achieve, then chemical recycling can use these recyclate streams to make new products. Currently, you already see that, for instance, textile is made out of bottles. Frankly, you move well-recyclable goods to not well-recyclable goods. What we would like is to make bottles out of textile, the other way around, and have that safe and have that pure. I think it's absolutely possible, but currently the legislatory field does not yet fully support it. I think then you get breathing volumes of industries that together really create a fully circular economy with full safety on why you are allowed to use that product in the end application. And that is basically what we strive for. And in view of all the other elaborations we can go into, I would like to leave it at that. And if anybody wants to know more information, please do contact with us. We're happy to divulge on how we do it.
Thank you, Josse. And yes, please also, write your comments and questions in the chat that I am monitoring. So thanks for that, Josse. We've deep dived into your technology proposal and how it doesn't match necessarily a regulatory framework at this stage, and at the same time we're pushing innovation all the time. So from a sectoral perspective, Henk, can you give us some clarity on where the sector sees all of this going?
We will try to. So thank you very much Paul, for the invitation and the opportunity to speak. Let's finish where we started this discussion. So let's give a little bit of feedback on the chemical strategy for sustainability. It's launched 12 days ago with a weekend in between. We had a week to look at that. And when we look at it, we're still assessing it. We absolutely welcome this new compliance, enforcement and innovation proposal. But what is actually a challenge is we have the Green Deal on one side where we as an industry absolutely want to play and want to make a significant impact. We're the 4th largest industry in Europe, so we think the Green Deal is an important instrument. But at the same time, we have a legislative framework coming to us that may hinder some of that. So this is an opportunity where I think with our friends in the Commission, particularly with DG Environment, we need to have a good dialogue on how we balance and how we strike a right balance to make sure that we deliver on both. It's a good thing that within the strategy we see, let's say, chemical recycling. So chemical recycling is and has an essential role to play within the sustainable strategy. And I think it is important to note that and make a transition towards the topic of chemical recycling. So if I could have the next slide. What you see on the next slide is that Europe today collects about 30 million tons of plastics on an annual basis. So that's quite a bit. But there is 2 important things that I like you to all remember from these numbers. About 15% of that makes it back into the market as a product, so as a recycled product. 85%, a significant amount, finds its way into incineration, finds its way into let's say, landfilling, partly into exporting for recycling. This is typically mixed and contaminated plastics. This is an area where there is a lot of opportunity. And I think this panel is exactly pointing it at 85% of what do we do with this. And we believe as a chemical industry that chemical recycling can be here and can play a significant part there. Now, important is that chemical recycling in this context becomes a complementing solution. It is not a competing solution. With the 15%, it is really targeting that 85% and playing a significant role in recycling, let's say, that 85% and bringing that back into the market. So when you look at that, circularity, building that circular economy for plastics, that is where chemical recycling can play an important role, and bring back materials to secondary raw material, bring back waste actually to secondary raw materials, either in the form of monomers. I like to say also oligomers, that can also be the case, or as feedstock materials for our refineries or even crackers, so in the form of an oil or a gas phase type of material. That is basically how we see it. Now, could I have the next slide? Because I think the next slide is where we want to make the next. Yes. Now, what is all happening and what is all needed to get chemical recycling off the ground? To give an indication today, about 0.1% of all plastics recycled is chemically recycled, so 0.1%. So that is not a whole lot. And what is needed? So there are three things actually that are illustrated on this slide, and this is where you see our members in action. We need partnerships. We need partnerships, first of all, with technology providers. And I think you also indicated that technology is a very important point. Thomas did the same. But what needs to happen is the bridging between the technology providers and the chemical industry, the integrated industries, to actually start incorporating all of this. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that you need to have completely different partnerships along a value chain that used to be linear and now becomes all of a sudden circular. And particularly what you see as an example, for instance, is that partnerships start to exist that never existed before between the chemical industry and the waste sector. Because what is being collected needs ultimately to be sorted to some extent and be directed back towards the chemical industry. So that's an important one as well. And then a third form of partnership, which is also important, is with several, let's say, customers, OEMs, or users of plastic articles along the value chain to really prove and to start understanding how recycled plastic coming from chemical recycling can benefit into the market. So there are plenty of examples right now of products that are out there, ranging from packaging, food packaging, ice cream, for instance, as an example, but also of cheese packaging. You find critical parts in automotive. You find critical parts in refrigerators that are all being made out of recycled plastics coming out of chemical recycling. So there's quite some market testing going on as we speak. Could I have the next slide, please? When you look at chemical recycling, there's quite a few questions that are asked by the general public as a whole. So, and I've put them here on the left-hand side, and I put on the right-hand side a little bit how we see everything. So when we look at, is this competing with mechanical recycling? My answer is absolutely from a CEFIC perspective, this is not, this is complementing. So the C word is correct, but it needs to be complementing. We are going to need both, and in very selective cases need to make sure that both complement each other. When we look at chemical recycling and the production of fuel, that was mentioned already as well. So when we use a chemical recycling technology to produce fuel, is this recycling? Absolutely, our position is it is not recycling as it is defined, and therefore is called recovery. And we need to make really clear that that differences is made. So when we talk about chemical recycling to fuel, typically the market, typically the players talk about the technology, not necessarily about the marketability of it. What is the greenhouse gas footprint? So what is the CO2 emissions? Some discussions here as well. We are about to launch, it will happen in a week or 10 days from here, the LCA study that we have completed. We're going to review this actually with a few members this afternoon for the final approvals. And we will publish very soon. And what you will see is compared to end of life today of the 85%, so with incineration or landfill, we see significant advantages in the terms of greenhouse gas footprint for chemical recycling. When we look at recycled content, the quality of that, the quantity of that, I mean, many of the speakers talked about this as well. We need some clarity here as well, and I'm not going to go into the details, but specifically we need to think about how do we use chain of custody models here to make sure that everything is done correctly, transparently, and in the right manner. It's not proven at full scale. This was something that Thomas brought up, and I want to counter that a little bit. I said it before in the previous slide with the partnerships. There are products out there today that are made from chemical recycling products. The only way to make this is to really have demonstration scale facilities, which we have, which there are. And when you go to our website and look for the position paper of chemical recycling, you'll find several examples of our members that have in various sizes and scales units that operate on this. There is significant momentum. There is significant number of announcements going as well. So this is something that is coming out of the laboratories into the, let's say, chemical industry and being integrated. Of course, there are still opportunities for innovate, and I think Jürgen also indicated a couple, which we completely agree with. And then last but not least, it cannot compete in the market. I think there are several partnerships indicating that that is a significant opportunity and potential for chemical recycling. Could I have my last slide? So when we look at building the circular economy, can this for plastics, can this be without chemical recycling? We believe it cannot. When we look at the resource balance, in the Middle East, you have oil and gas. In the US, you have shale gas. In Europe, what do we have? And I think one of you mentioned this already. We have end-of-life products. So those need to be turned into secondary raw materials. So when you look at the circular economy, chemical recycling is an integral part of all of this. It's not the only, but it's an integral part. And what we really should do, and this will be the last words of this panel most likely, that we shift away from what we call today a waste orientation into a resource orientation. You also indicated this. So that is the only way in our thinking, in our mindset, in our legislative developments to create that single market for secondary raw materials. So thank you very much. And
thank you.
Answer any questions.
Thank you, Henk. I have a question for you straight away, just to bounce back on the notion of the circular hubs that Jürgen mentioned. And as you focus your presentation a lot on this notion of partnerships to overcome a lot of the barriers that you outlined, do you think that that would be a welcome development from DG Research?
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at where does all of this start, it doesn't start in Europe. It doesn't start in a country. It starts in a smaller city, in a region, where a couple of players that have the right competencies come together and start making this work. That experience will basically be replicated into other regions, can be replicated in other regions, ultimately becomes maybe more national or more European, but it all starts in the competencies and availability within the regions. So I completely applaud that.
Josse, a reaction maybe also to the concept of the circular hub as outlined by Jürgen?
Yeah, if I see it very down to earth, people like to work with people that they know, that are close by, where it's easy to connect. So if I look at how we work with the University of Groningen, how we work with people in Heerenveen, but also within the province of Drenthe, it's because they know each other. They've been living there. They've gone to the same schools. They share the same passion. So I think regions are extremely strong, and it's not limited by a national border. We easily work with people just across in Germany, but probably going to another part of the Netherlands is much more difficult. So I think the regions are very strong. And I also strongly encourage to not replicate the same things in all kind of regions, but really build strong catalytic hubs. In a just competition between the regions now, all wanting to do the same thing, and then we spend the taxpayers' money 3 times. I think that doesn't make sense. So I would focus on building some really strong circular hubs per topic in Europe, so that we can really invest our money well.
And also one question to you, Josse, on the general strategy as it was outlined by Elena. Do you feel worried that maybe this kind of strategy might again prove difficult to find investments? People might be more reticent to invest in this kind of sector?
In fact, we are not worried about finding investors. What we are worried about is having an unclear legislative field which holds back investors to really invest. There's a lot of interest. People do see that it is now the time to bring this forward and to really put real money into it. But some of the discussions that are ongoing around, especially food safety and food contact approval, take so long that investors are unclear where it will go. And that our only cry for help from the European Union is make very clear, safe rules that everybody can invest and knows where we're up to. Don't leave it up in the air. That slows down investment.
Okay, Thomas, also a quick reaction on the notion of the circular hubs as outlined by Jürgen, please. If you can unmute, I will unmute you.
May I explain a little more about the engineering point of view? Because we think the chemical recycling is the future, but what's before? We have time to the very big in the landfills has a very big fields of the polymers for recycling. And maybe the case study, we have time to share the information?
I don't think we'll have time for that now, I'm afraid. Just a general comment.
General comments is now for engineers is very important time to get information how we can make recycling the polymers in today. And the future, we know chemical recycling, because after chemical recycling, we can more life of the chemicals products and new products for the, for example, for the packing of the. It's a bit difficult to explain because they're very wide and huge problems. And independent, Poland is a very small market for the chemical recycling in this moment. I think.
Okay, but you could benefit from more investments in circular hubs. Jürgen, a quick reaction then on what you've heard, and can it inspire you further?
Thanks a lot. I heard a lot, so it's quite clear. Chemical recycling is a priority. It's not the only tool, but it is a priority. We need to invest more on this, and we need also to get the member states moving in this regard. The concept of circularity might help. But that's better. I would like to leave it like that. I heard ideas which are not new to me, but certain things in particular, I think, on polyesters, I found it quite interesting. The regulatory gap, that was good to know, that I picked up immediately. And yeah, happy also to go over to my colleagues in DG Environment, because for them, it's also a big challenge to take this forward. Thank you.
I'm on my way to Beaulieu, although Elena's probably not in Beaulieu, but a reaction from you on what you've heard, Elena.
Yeah, hello. I'm definitely not in Beaulieu. No, I come back, especially on the question of predictability for investments, which I think is a very relevant one. And I think here, in the strategy, we really try to make an attempt to give a coherent line of work for all the pieces of legislation which are involved in chemicals, which is probably the first time that is done, because the last strategic document that I mentioned in 2001, it was really focused on REACH. This is the first time that we try to build on the evaluations that we had done of the over 40 pieces of legislation where we regulate chemicals, and try to give a direction, which is exactly this one that is mentioned. We need sustainability from the beginning to the end, and we need all the pieces to concord to the same objectives. So in terms of legislative proposal, we also have a very ambitious time frame that we propose. So the legislative proposals will come up in the next few years, and then we try to complete everything in this framework of a legislative framework, and also on food content materials and then packaging, and the sustainable products legislation will be very important in terms of overall sustainability from the safety perspective and circularity perspective. So there are a number of things which are finally getting together and try to give a coherent picture of things which were indeed very silos in the past years and went a bit in their own direction. So this is a strong attempt that we're doing.
But may I just ask you, because you mentioned that Europe had the most extensive regulation already on chemicals. What do you think it's such a big issue that seems to come out of your citizen consultations, that you feel that the strategy needs to go even further? Do you not think that could also create some additional burdens or signals to the sector or to other industries, that there's a problem that there may not actually be?
Well, we have the most advanced framework, but that doesn't mean that it tackles things which are clearly raised by scientists. So not only citizens who are working, but really scientists. So we have a number of chemicals which are really producing a strong effect on human bodies and the environment. And those are, I can list them, but it's basically endocrine disruptors, it's persistent chemicals. We have contamination all over Europe. We have chemicals, as I said, which have effects on the immune and respiratory systems and so on. And those categories, we really need to adjust them urgently. And those are things which are used in daily products, so consumer products, and consumers are widely exposed to this. So this is why we believe that in consumer products, especially, we need to take a step forward. We have this approach, especially already in place for carcinogenic substances, and I think nobody can deny that the regulatory framework in Europe has been very successful in decreasing the risk to carcinogens to workers and consumers in the past decades. So we need now to take the same step for other very harmful substances. And this, in terms of innovations and burden, we believe that it gives a clear direction where to prioritize innovation and where to deprioritize innovation. But we also want to support industry with the concept of safe and sustainable chemicals, which can really become a world trademark. It can really be the new global standard if we move very cleverly around it.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly sounds scary to live outside of Europe if it's that way. Maybe Henk, a reaction on this investment versus these strategies that also are talking about risk essentially. I mean, will investors be cautious?
Yeah, when you look at investments, I mean, when are these made? When you know for sure how your future is going to look like, and how often do you know that, right? So in other words, what are the elements? How can you de-risk these investments? And partnerships is one, co-investments is another one. A legislative framework that is co-developed is a third one. And I think between those elements is where we need to strike the balance and find it.
Okay, Josse?
I would say, with Europe leading the pack in legislation, go for simplicity. Go for making it very clear and safe, but don't make it complicated. That is what investors like. So ultra safe, but very clear. You're in or you're out. That's it. And don't make 50 different rules.
Okay, ultra safe. Ultra safe, but I'm sure that the regions listening to us will feel a little bit more confident that there are good business operators leading the way here, and an EU chemical strategy that we hope will be comprehensive and not leave anyone behind. So thank you very much, Josse, for your interventions. Thank you very much, Jürgen, Henk, Elena, Thomas as well. It's been very good to have you. Obviously, time is too short to discuss these big issues, so it's only been brief, but I hope it's been food for thought for everyone. I will also conclude by saying that all the presentations will be made available on the European Chemical Regions Network website. That and also a short event report. And I would like to thank my colleagues who supported and organized this event, Francesca and Monica and Folco. So thank you very much. And it's been certainly a pleasure to be with you this morning and to learn all about the chemical sector, the importance of regions in this area. So I would now like to hand over for some concluding remarks to Ruud Burlet, who is Vice President of the European Chemical Regions Network and Regional Minister of Limburg. So Ruud, over to you.
Thank you, Jean-Paul, for granting me the floor. Dear participants from all around Europe and the world, dear colleagues from ECRN, dear President Sara, dear Vice President Weda, and dear policymakers from all around Europe. The most difficult task has been today entrusted to me, because I'm today the last speaker in this wonderful dedicated high-level event on the topics of chemicals. I've been asked to reflect on today's meeting and to share some closing remarks with you. Trust me, it won't be too long, but nevertheless, it's worthwhile to do so for just a moment. As you know, I'm the Regional Minister for Circularity also in Limburg and also Vice President of the ECRN network. And in this capacity, I would like to emphasize that all subjects that we learned of today were specific answers and solutions from European regions to European challenges and this thematic field of chemicals. So the most important word in my last sentence, I already explained it, was regions. We are all regions in the ECRN. Regions dedicated to try to find solutions to the challenges we face together in Europe. Europe sets the example with the new Green Deal policy, but more than ever, the regions will have to provide the EU with solutions. We heard during the last 3 hours about efforts already been done in regard to hydrogen solutions, bio-based chemical solutions, and circularity. Examples from regions Germany, Poland, and the Netherlands were beautifully shared and embraced by the representatives of the EU and the world of business. Ladies and gentlemen, as dedicated chemical regions, we are gathered in this special thematically inspired European Chemical Regions Network. And together, we will strive to be the only strong platform that counts as the real liaison between the EU and the regions for this very exciting theme. What else do we as regions strive for? We need the solutions for the future to be smart, to give added value, and to be fitted for those challenges. That's why we need to continuously meet each other, exchange information, and look for matches between regions in order for us to initiate new projects. Surely that will give life to the European Green Deal, in particular concerning the chemical industry. My own region, the province of Limburg, just recently adopted a new circular policy framework. Basically, we have set an ambitious plan with our main stakeholders, Camelot Circular Hub, Brightside, Bright and Material Center, and the Aachen Maastricht Institute for Bio-Based Materials. And 5 elements are crucial to get to success. First of all, we need to think differently than before. It's being mentioned several times already, from linear to circular, and with multiple partners, especially also European multiple partners in different areas. Secondly, we need to cooperate. All noses in the same direction, all shoulders under the same goals. Therefore, we are creating a special innovation program in Limburg, for example, for SMEs, together with our regional development agency like LIOF, in order to be sure that also the SMEs will be part of this circular shift. Thirdly, we have to present ourselves as a good example, for instance, with our own policy on purchasing goods and services as a region. Number 4, we need to learn from each other, and we do need to reinvent the wheel, not again and again and again. We have to learn. Fifth and last, we need, as a state-of-the-art circularity region, to set the agenda in the Netherlands and in Europe. So that's what's really necessary. We need to show examples that work. And I would like to wrap it up like work together, sparkle bright together, but also profit together. And that is particularly the reason why I am glad that Limburg is a founding father of the ECRN. Through ECRN, we already had the possibility to work for the last 5 years in a European project called ECRN. In this project, not only we have been able to compare and learn how a smart specialization strategy, the 3 S's, for chemicals can really work in 8 different European regions. If I speak for Limburg, we have made very concrete liaisons with other European ecosystems. Some examples. We have developed a firm connection with the Fraunhofer Institute in Saxony-Anhalt. We have set up a new cooperation project with them. This one focuses on 3D printing with composites materials for ultralight weight applications called Confidence. First applications have already been delivered, like a new lightweight bike frame. Furthermore, I learned that Mazovia's company Vitasynth works with the University of Maastricht in the development of new synthetic vitamin K2s. And on top of that, in the same project we learned a lot about how to better focus for European funding on bio-based economy, and this we learned from the region of Lombardy. So it was really very valuable for our region. Furthermore, there's a cooperation between Maastricht and Catalonia, thanks to the site visits organized in the same ECRN project. These cooperations are and will remain very close. If you want to know more about the exciting outcomes of this project, you can watch the final dissemination conference on the Interreg Europe website now. It's being placed there. And if you are a region in Europe that has adopted chemicals as regional policy, join us. I look forward to work with any region in Europe that wants to support the circular movement towards a new Green Deal. So don't hesitate to join the ECRN network. Ladies and gentlemen, In closing, let me thank you for joining us on this high-level ECRN conference today. And my last words were like the starting words from Sala. They do concern yourself and your loved ones. Stay healthy and safe. Thank you very much. Jean-Paul, this was my final. So if you want to close it, everybody's allowed to go?
It's closed. Your words were the closing words. So
thank you very much.
Thank you all, and once again a big thank you to the staff at ECRN for having organised this conference.
Bye bye.